How much did y'all pay for y'all's first house?
$37,000 for it.
Thousand?
But that was in 1980.
80? How do you feel like, was that your first house?
That's my,
mine.
I'm the mother-in-law.
How much was your first house?
My first house was $16,000.
How much did you pay for your first car?
$450.
How much did you pay for your first house?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How much did y'all pay for y'all's first house?
I think it was...
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Your first house?
No, we're not going to.
We don't want to participate.
How much did you pay for your first house?
$65,000.
No way, that cheap. Mm-hmm. How much did you pay for your first house?
Why?
That was 53 years ago.
53 years ago. How much was it?
$25,600.
How much was gas prices back then?
Probably about 39 cents.
A gallon?
Gallon. Yep.
How much did you pay for your first house?
My first house, I paid $500.
What? What year?
How do you feel about the debt of the state of Michigan? $6.925 billion.
We've paid off a lot of debt, and I'm proud of that. But, you know, my job is I'm the governor of Michigan. I got to show up and fight for the people of Michigan.
We got $950 million in pork spending, like $5 million Special Olympics. $5 million. Do they not have their own money? Special Olympics?
I mean, are you against Special Olympics?
No, not the biggest fan of taxes sometimes.
I get it. We are making changes to have more transparency, to make sure that people who are promoting whatever project they want to get done have to do it so many days in advance so that the whole world can scrutinize it, so that they can make their case that it's the right thing to do.
And trust me, I qualify for the Special Olympics. I'm $1.6 million Grand Rapids Ballet from the States? Why can't Grand Rapids do that?
It's a good question, Caleb. I'll have to tell you what legislator asked for that, and you can ask them that question.
That's just, I love my home state.
I know. Well, this doesn't make sense when you're looking at it from 40,000 feet. I get it.
But don't we?
Get it.
Before we
I understand. But at the same token, legislators come with their special projects and they negotiate them in. And I introduced a budget. It doesn't have any pork in it.
Yeah.
So these are not things that I ever
I can appreciate
was advocating for.
$2.5 million for the Lansing lug nuts. Who goes to the lug nuts? I don't know what a lug nut is.
Lug nut. It's a part in your car, and the lug nuts are the baseball team in Lansing.
Interesting. This is the part of the show where I go through the spending, and we got some bull spending in there. Some Special Olympics bull. Now, we love the Special Olympics. We love the Special Olympics.
I don't
just didn't know
endorse
the state
anything
paid
you
for
said.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never really have a good excuse for the bullshit spending, do they? But all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into this TPUSA event, try to pick out all the drama of it, and then we're going to get into a media analysis, and then we're going to go ahead and close out because I got to do some things later. But don't worry, I'll be back later on to give you guys another show since I missed yesterday. But I got you guys. So, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and let's get right into it.
Wow. How's it going, Phoenix? It's so good to be here with you all on this amazing day to close out an amazing AmFest 2025. What an amazing crowd all of you are, and I have to admit, today solved one of the great insecurities that I had. Because as I've watched Nicki Minaj come out and declare her support for the truth, for courage, and for wisdom,
which is crazy,
I've had this little nagging voice in the back of my head wondering whether she thinks I look like the J.D. Vance meme. And it turns out, and I confirmed when she walked.
Nicki Minaj supporting Trump is actually kind of surprising, seeing that she is one of these mainstream artists deeply entrenched in the music industry. So you would think her political leaning would be on the left. But let's be real and thank God, because Nikki, she's actually from she's from Queens, I believe. She's from Queens, right? Yeah, she's from Queens. So she's actually been in the hood. She knows the atrocities that go on there. And guess what? She also knows some people in the hood from California and LA, because the gang around there is well tied into the gangs over there in LA. And yes, Nicki Minaj is actually gang affiliated. Believe it or not, I know it's surprising. But yeah, she actually knows what's actually going on in the hoods of New York and LA. So when the liberals try to feed her this BS, she's not hearing it. That's why she's on Donald Trump. That's why she's for Donald Trump when it comes to his crackdown on immigration. That's why she actually wanted Donald Trump to bring the National Guard into her city. And guess what? She's also loved the fact that Donald Trump actually came down on Nigeria about I'll be real with you, the genocide of Christians that's been happening since 2009.
Down the steps, Nicki Minaj actually knows what I really look like, and that is the best tribute that I could possibly imagine. I have to start off with a note of gratitude. Erica, I cannot thank you enough for your strength, your grace, and your kind words of support for this administration and for me personally. You lead an incredible movement at Turning Point, and I will fight alongside you and President Trump and every patriot in this room to defend the country that we so dearly love. And when I say that I'm going to fight alongside of you, I mean all of you, each and every one. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless.
Like, bro, I'm sorry, but you don't know hip hop if you don't think that Nicki Minaj is popular. She's literally like basically the pioneer for these female rappers. If you don't know hip hop if you don't think Nicki Minaj is popular. Actually, she has probably one of the most cult-like fan bases in hip hop. But like I said, a lot of people don't know that.
Self-defeating.
I don't even like the way.
He says, "Make America great again," because every American is invited. We don't care if you're white or black, rich or poor, young or old, rural or urban, controversial or a little bit boring, or somewhere in between. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better, and they also know that the Democrats don't care about anything other than maybe transing their kids.
I mean, transing kids and immigrants. I mean, they love putting illegal immigrants and legal immigrants over the American people. I mean, look what was going on in Minnesota. I mean, look what was going on in California when it came to their Medicaid system. So, yeah, that's one thing that the Dems have showed us, that there's two things they love to put over the American people: illegals and trans people.
So if you love America, if you want all of us to be richer, stronger, safer, and prouder, you have a home on this team. I didn't bring a list of conservatives to denounce or to deplatform, and I don't really care if some people out there, I'm sure we'll have the fake news media, denounce me after this speech. But let me just say, the best way to honor Charlie is that none of us here should be doing something after Charlie's death that he himself refused to do in life.
Shapiro.
He invited all of us here.
And don't worry, we'll get into Shapiro's speech as well, because apparently the reason why JD Vance is saying this is because Shapiro just came out there and honestly went against everything that Charlie Kirk stand for, like calling for the deplatforming of people, pretty much calling people's out for not talking ish about their friends. Like Megyn Kelly, I don't care if Candace Owens your friends, you should condemn her. Even though, Megyn Kelly might actually agree with Candace Owens. I don't know, Ben, but it's kind of weird to think that everybody just on your side. But okay.
Charlie invited all of us here for a reason, because he believed that each of us, all of us, had something worth saying, and he trusted all of you to make your own.
No, I love comments like this because it kind of shows how like secretly racist some of the Dems are. The migrant workers pick your food. Migrant work, put your food on your plate. No, not really. Actually, no. Migrant work don't put my food on my plate. To be quite honest with you, I believe the butcher puts the food on my plate because I do eat a lot of poultry. And then I would say, shoot, who picks the fruits in my area? I mean, there's a lot of kids that work on the farm over here in Ohio, so them too. But no, not just migrants. And hold on, is that all migrants are good for, you freaking racist? You know, these migrant people do a lot more than just picking fruits. And if you knew anything, you also know that you're also sponsoring, well, I'm gonna be real, you're not sponsoring, but advocating basically for the slavery of these people because they don't get paid much at all. Sometimes they get abused on there. And let's be real, when we were hitting some of these farms up, ICE was hitting some of these weed farms up and food farms. They were finding illegal children on undocumented children on there. Undocumented children. So when you sit there and say stuff like that, you're pretty much saying you're advocating for the slavery of these people, for the abuse, for the wage disparities, all that stuff. You're advocating for it.
Judgment. And we have far more important work to do than canceling each other. We have got to build, and President Donald Trump is a builder. We're building a better country right now, and you have a rightful place in the success of your nation.
I mean, bro, I live in Ohio. If you don't know that, then I'm sorry, but you're kind of dumb.
And
thank you, though. Thank you for proving that you don't know what you're talking about. So you can go ahead and sit down while somebody who actually lives in the state tell you something.
The success of this movement. And we build by adding, by growing, not by tearing down. Charlie Kirk was a great builder too. He understood that any family can have its disagreements, its tough conversations. We can learn and improve and treat one another better. We can love each other despite the disagreement. But winning demands teamwork. And I am honored to be on Turning Point's team. I'm honored to be on your team, and I will stay that way.
Jay, nobody's ever called me a watermelon boy but you. And you're the black guy here. I'm be real with you. The most racist people towards me be my own kind, dog. The most, I mean, the people with the most vitriol towards me isn't white Americans, isn't white people in MAGA hats. It's pretty much people who share my complexion who happen to be liberals have the most hatred for me. So I'm sorry, bro, but you don't really know what's going on out here. But it is funny, though.
There's still so much important work to do, my friends. We're barely a year into this administration, not even a year into the administration. But I'm so proud of the accomplishments of the president and the entire administration. In just a year, we ended Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's border crisis.
Yep, with over 10 million encounters at the border, with a conservative number of about 4 to 7 million illegal entries that they try to lie about, pretty much saying that, oh, there's not a problem at the border. And then they want to sit here and cry saying that, oh, well, the Republicans shot down a border bill. The Republicans don't actually want a border. But then Donald Trump comes in office with no border bill or anything, locks up the border, which pretty much shows that the Dems purposefully neglected the border because they didn't need a border bill. They just needed to uphold border policy, just uphold the current immigration law that we had right now. That's all they had to do. And they didn't do it. They actually wanted to sit there and try to convince you that we needed a bill for what? A border? When you actually look at the bill was really for foreign aid. Hey, they got you with that one.
December marks 7 months straight of zero releases at the southern border. More than 2.5 million illegal immigrants have left the United States, the first time in over 50 years that we have had negative net migration, and it's just.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Are you talking about the young Republicans' text messages? Okay. You know what's so funny though? So you know who Jay Jones is? Jay. I hope you know who Jay Jones is because you share a name. Jay Jones is a guy who is AG in Virginia right now, and he was caught in 2022. Actually, he was caught this year for text message in 2022, wishing death on his opponent's children. Sitting there saying that he would shoot his opponent's children over Hitler. Sitting there saying he would love to watch his opponent's children die in his hands. I mean, did y'all condemn that? Did you make Jay Jones step down? Not at all. But guess what? In those young Republican Texas, every guy who sat there and said something foul like that, they stepped down. Actually, yes, there was actually somebody who held a seat, actual politician, and he stepped down. So you know what that goes to show? That we actually hold our own accountable. We don't accept that over here. But y'all accept guys who wish death on children on y'all side. Because guess what? He's AG of Virginia right now. And y'all share a name. That's hilarious, though. So you should really be offended by this.
The start. When you restore sanity at the border, it shows up everywhere else. Rent prices are dropping 4 months in a row, and more native-born Americans are working than ever before. Kamala Harris opened the border and destroyed the economy. The Trump administration gave you net negative migration and much more job creation.
And if you don't know how immigration destroyed our economy, I mean, especially in the job market. So, of course, you got all your illegal immigrants taking all, I guess, the low wages to low skill jobs to mid jobs, like in the factories and all that good stuff. And then you got your H-1B visas. These are legal immigrants, so you can't confuse them with the undocumented. But the legal immigrants who would take all your tech job, medical jobs, and all your high skill jobs. While, the Democrats would tell you as an American that, oh, well, you're just not up to the task, or they're just better than you at it. No, you allow these companies to bring them in for cheap. You allow these companies to bring H-1B visas guys for cheap. Then you allow the border to be open so the construction companies, the farmers, factories can bring these guys in for cheap. And you guys are completely working for the corporate elites, but then you want to sit there and point at the Republicans? That is hilarious. And then there's guys like this who are stupid. It's like, there's kids working in the factories right now. You know that, right? Like 18 all the way out to like 26. You know this. It's important to me that you know this and you're not in a bubble. There are kids right now out there in construction. You know that, right? Americans, not just illegals. It's important to me that you know this and you're not just a dumbass who just sits online all day. Like, hopefully you actually go outside and you actually see how there are a lot of young Americans who work these low-skilled jobs during high school, during college. Like, bro, have you ever been outside? Have you been to college at least? Because, I mean, you can go to college, you can see hella kids like this. I remember going to college and there was literally kids working on farms there. So I'm really looking at you like, bro, have you even been through life?
Real wages are finally growing. Inflation is half of what it was under Democrats. Gas prices are their lowest in years. And we have finally made it clear that in the United States, we believe in hard work and merit. Unlike the left, we stand against treating anybody. And I love what Nikki said about this. We don't treat anybody different because of their race or their sex. So we have relegated DEI to the dustbin of history, which is exactly where it belongs. In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
Man, you shouldn't have to. And that's the thing. I mean, look, when people don't have a good argument, they make it about race. Like Jay. I mean, Jay can't tell you anything bad that the Republicans are doing, really anything. Can't really tell you anything that he disagrees with Donald Trump. I mean, and guess what? He didn't sign a bill. There was no bill. He said it in an interview that he wants to bring in 600,000 Chinese spies. I mean, students, because I don't even agree with that. But he said it in an interview. There was no bill signed. So you don't even know what you're talking about. That's the worst part about it. And then you still want to talk about, oh, well, they think that you're 2/3 or you're less of a human. What? A bunch of young Republicans that doesn't represent the entire Republican Party? So just because there's a small group of Democrats that want to sit there and trans kids and that want to make MAP an actual thing. If you don't know what MAP is, a minor attractive person. That's what's going on your side. They were trying to make pedophiles an actual thing, calling them minor attracted people. Remember that part. And that's not all of you. I'm not going to see here. That's a very fringe. That's a very small group of Dems. But should I just sit there and be an asshole and just say that's all of you guys? You're all just some pedophile lovers who want to make a minor attracted person a thing while sitting there talking about how Donald Trump's a pedophile when y'all was literally trying to normalize them? But I guess y'all forgot about that.
And if you're an Asian, you don't have to talk around your skin color when you're applying for college, because we judge people based on who they are, not on ethnicity and things they can't control. We don't persecute you for being male, for being straight, for being gay, for being anything. The only thing that we demand is that you be a great American patriot. And if you're that, you're very much on our team. Just consider the contrast. Kamala Harris used the government to censor you. We're using in the Trump.
And I would say this, because, and this goes out to the white homies. So all my white homies out there, don't let nobody tell you that you cannot have an opinion on something because of your skin color. And trust me, this is even said to me, and people in my own community would try to tell me that, oh, I can't have an opinion on reparations because what? Oh, well, your parents, well, your great grandfather wasn't picking cotton in the fields with my grandfather. And I'm just like, yeah, but guess what? Reparations would still fall down on all the American people. So shut the fuck up. So yeah, don't let nobody tell you can't speak on something because of your skin color. You know what? This is one of the reasons why I like Nick Fuentes, even though I disagree with him when it comes to race and all that good stuff. But this is one of the reasons why, because he's actually teaching you guys that, yo, you can have an opinion about stuff. You don't got to be afraid of what other people say about it. You don't got to sit there and be afraid to be called racist, which should be dulling down on you guys by now. Like, y'all should be so sick of being called racist. It should be, honestly, being racist sound like being called stupid. It's just, whatever. Who cares what you think at this point? It's like, I'm gonna be real with you. It's played out. So y'all shouldn't even be offended by the word racist no more, or bigot.
Administration, the government, to protect your free speech, whether it's on college campuses or in the digital marketplace of ideas. Today, our military is welcoming patriots instead of firing them for refusing to accept an unlawful vaccine mandate. And to honor Charlie, but also to honor all of you, we're working to end the scourge of left-wing violence in the United States of America. We're going after the far-left crime networks, but we're also going after the monsters that fund them. We don't.
Yep, like Antifa, even though the Dems will sit there and try to say Antifa is decentralized, it don't exist. I mean, you know, they just have a website, a sign up, a daily newsletter, but they're not organized in any way, shape, or form. I mean, and they have a manual too, but they're not organized set. Like, okay, bro, you can keep on believing that.
We don't just want to go after the Antifa member who threw a brick at an ICE agent. We want to know who bought the brick, and we're going to prosecute them too. We're making America healthy again with our great HHS Secretary, Bobby Kennedy. We're bringing drug prices down and purging our food supply of the poison that had built up over a generation. But my friends, there is so much more to be done. And the people saying we need to be doing more, we need to be doing it faster, trust me, I hear you. Greatness awaits every single one of you in the America First movement. We are
wrong. No, we're not, bro. I'm weak. You think we want to make y'all the enemy, bro? Hold on, bro. Who's calling who fascist? Who's pretty much trying to relate who to the Nazis, to a group of people that went out there and encamped people and slaughtered them? Who's trying to relate who to that? So I'm sorry, but you cannot say we're trying to turn y'all into the enemy. We're just trying to have a debate with you guys and then show you how ridiculous some of your ideas are. Y'all the ones who call us fascists, racists, bigots, and all that. So I'm sorry, dog, but you guys are the one that's trying to make us out to be the enemy. We're just here trying to talk to you guys. You're the ones over here trying to call us fascists and Gestapo and trying to relate us to a group of people that slaughtered millions of people. Is kind of ridiculous if you really think about it. And for that to even come out your mouth and think that it makes sense is hilarious. You must not be listening to your fellow political pundits.
Together, but we need your help to get there. Do you want more prosecutions? Great. So do we. Donald Trump and I have a list of better judges and prosecutors to enact swifter justice. So join us in the fight against the stupid Senate rules to stand in their way. Do you want faster deportations? So go to ice.gov/join, because we're building an army of patriots and we need good people who care about the country to help us secure the border and do it even faster.
Yeah, I mean, we actually need people who actually want to make America great, make America better, not make America more for the immigrants. Like, that's the problem with the Dems. Instead of making America better for their people, for the people in America, they just want to keep bringing in immigrants so they can maintain power. And that's just not what this should be about. I don't know what's wrong with them, but it kind of seems like they know they've lost the people. And since they know they lost us, they'd rather bring in a whole new group of people to replace us because they just don't trust us to vote for the right candidate, which in their eyes is them. And I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I like this chat, bro, because it's funny. Y'all are some goofies and it's hilarious. Well, not all of you guys, not you, bro. I'm not gonna be too hard on you. But he said I'm trying to call out Trump's actions and what they are as fascists. Name one. What's so fascist? Please tell me, and this is where you're gonna sound dumb, my friend. Please tell me where he's locking up people to kill them. Please tell me where he's locking up people because of their speech. Please tell me why you aren't locked up for speaking against the fear of Donald Trump. Because remember, we're in a fascist regime, bro. We're under a dictatorship, according to you guys. So how the fuck are you speaking against this dictator? Because last time I checked, throughout history, like anytime you spoke against a dictator, your ass was getting hung. So why haven't you been hung yet, my friend? Please explain that to me. Because I don't want you to get hung, and I want you to have your freedom of speech, and you do. So it's funny how you sit there and express your freedom as an individual in this fascist nation. It's just so amazing, bro. It's absolutely amazing how delusional you guys are. But if you would like to invite me into your execution because of your words against fear of Trump, I mean, please go ahead and send me the email.
Do you want rents to keep dropping and wages to keep rising as they have over the last few months? Then mobilize with us. Don't hand power back to the people who tanked the economy in the first place. Join the America First movement, and you will always have a place on our great team. Next month will be the official one-year anniversary of the Trump administration, and I am damn proud of our record so far. Now, the Democrats are already talking about 2028, and it looks like they're going to nominate a California liberal who's presided... A California liberal who's presided over rolling blackouts, open borders, and unchecked violent gangs. They're just trying to settle on whether it's going to be Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris. And in the meantime, what are the Democrats offering you in the meantime?
No, here's the scary thing about the Democratic base, and this is not all of you guys, but some of you guys are very concerning because no matter how unaffordable your politicians make things in your state or city, no matter how dangerous they make things in your state or city, all you got to do is blame Donald Trump and you guys will vote for them again. You will keep voting for the same party that keeps putting you in under heavy taxes and crazy crime, and then they'll sit there and blame Donald Trump. It's like, think about it like this. there's people in blue states who are talking about affordability, right? And rightfully so, because prices are still going up because inflation is, well, what? It's not at 0. It's not at 1%. It's at 2.7, even though that's an improvement. But I get it. The thing is, though, is that y'all can't really talk about affordability when in my state of Ohio, I pay 30% less than you guys in groceries. And I'm talking about that's in a blue state. If you want to go from, let's say, New York, California, Colorado. I mean, pick a blue state, and 9 times out of 10, I'm paying less in a red state. Actually, you guys can just look this up yourself. It's actually pretty fun to do. I like to do it all the time. All right, so let's go over here real quick. Let me go ahead and main stream it for you guys. You know what the F I'm talking about. My life elsewhere. And this is a pretty cool website. I mean, you can compare city to city, country to country, and you can compare it on the affordability of living or cost of living. So this is one, red state, Ohio. Shout out Ohio. And then there's my people over there in Minnesota, where my sister's at. Now, as you see, Minnesota versus Ohio. Minnesota is 10% more expensive than Ohio. And I mean, bro, please give me your favorite blue state. Give me your favorite blue state. And I promise you, you will be paying more. I mean, of course, New Jersey is overly expensive. I mean, look, if you're in New Jersey talking about groceries, I feel bad for you, cuz I really do. And I don't want to talk shit, but I mean, bro, I'm paying like 36% less in groceries than people in New Jersey. So I'm sorry, guys. What you pay $100 for, I'm paying like $70 for. I'm sorry. It just works out like that. Blame your leadership, because it's not because New Jersey's a nicer place to live, has nicer attractments and all that, or has a nice amusement park. No, it's none of that. Ohio has way more attractments or have way more attractive features than New Jersey. The problem is that, well, New Jersey loves to attack the hell out of their people. And for some reason, the Dems think that's something to brag about. They actually think that, well, oh, my state must be nicer because I pay higher taxes. No, it just means that your politicians are some assholes. And when you sit there and look at the numbers, 9 times out of 10, you're paying way more. I mean, bro, just look at childcare. Look at childcare. I mean, I don't even know how y'all doing it out there. But if you is, though, you a real one. You out there putting in that work in New Jersey. Me? I'm putting in that work too, but I ain't got to pay as much as you. But all right, let's go back to our man, JD Vance. Oh, guys, and make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, or just want to support the show, just send $2 or up or a gift. Appreciate it, guys.
Meantime, I got to say, ladies and gentlemen, they are not sending their best. Omar Fateh was Ilhan Omar's candidate for mayor of Mogadishu. Minneapolis. Little Freudian slip there. The candidate for Senate in Maine for the Democrats calls me a Nazi, which is rich coming from a guy who literally has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. And Jasmine Crockett. Oh, Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, Jasmine.
The record speaks for itself. She wants to be a senator, though her street girl persona is about as real as her nails. But ask yourself, what do all of these people have in common? And the unfortunate answer is they are puppets. They don't actually matter. They are cogs in a machine that wants to make you poorer, that wants to make you less powerful, and wants to make you less safe in the country your ancestors built. And while President Trump and I are doing everything we can to break that machine, the left is still there, my friends, and they are still very powerful. Don't delude yourselves.
No, they don't.
It's the activist groups who want to poison your kids with hormone replacement therapy and toxins in your water supply. It's the corporate boardrooms pushing diversity quotas while whining about the fact that Donald Trump won't let them ship American jobs overseas anymore, and boo-hoo to that. It's the rogue district judges who issued nationwide injunctions every time the president lifts a finger. It's the Soros DAs who cheered on as their cities burned. What unites them? They win when our country loses. They get rich when you get poorer. They hire the illegals that they bring in to take your jobs. They drink fine wine in the countries they ship your jobs to. They censor you because they'd rather destroy the Constitution than risk losing an argument. They bring in millions of voters because they know they can't win the argument with the people who are already here. And you know what else unites them? We are going to kick their ass next November and every year after that.
I mean, shoot, hopefully if y'all fix affordability, like I said, I mean, I agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene when she said Trump needs to park Air Force One and focus on domestic policies, aka affordability. Now, if the Dems could take on affordability and make sure prices are going down across the board by midterms, then yeah, it's looking all good for midterms. But if the Dems are still able to harp on affordability and the Republicans are just going to ignore it, then yeah, I could see how the Dems would take the midterms, even though these guys are the worst on affordability. As I showed you, they run the most unaffordable cities and states. But like I said, they don't really got to run on fixing affordability. They just got to sit there and point on how bad the Republicans are doing, which is honestly a decent strategy. I mean, it's reasonable. I'm not going to sit there and get mad at them for it. Hey. That's my man. Good.
Part of the American dream is the idea that we're all, every single one of us, on the same team. We're all part of the same American family. If you want to destroy that, do what Democrats have done, not just for the last 5 years, but for the last 30 or 40. Make one race the enemy of another. Make one gender the enemy of the other. Make Americans suspect and despise each other instead of loving their shared country. When I think about some of the most impassioned debates happening in our country, the nature of citizenship, of what it means to be an American, it all speaks to an obvious truth. Americans are hungry for identity. We're hungry for belonging. We're hungry for a sense of our place in the world. And it's no surprise why. For many years, our fellow Americans have been dealing with a globalized economy that homogenized cultures and hollowed out our towns. Academics and activists pushing race and gender politics down everyone's throat 24/7. Big tech overlords using their internet platforms to censor stories that challenge the dominant far-left narrative in our country. More than any time I can recount, people are talking about American identity and figuring out what it is that unites us. But I want to say something here. The only thing that is truly served as an anchor of the United States of America is that we have been, and by the grace of God, we always will be, a Christian nation.
No. See, this is low IQ, Nikki. I'm sorry, but what you said is low IQ. So tell me how allowing illegals in so they can work for these corporations that they could pay less, so they don't have to pay an American worker, you know, that minimum wage or a livable wage, but they could pay that illegal. How is that not working for the corporate elites? Allowing the corporate elites to bring in all types of H-1B visas and allowing them to scam the H-1B visa systems to undermine our American scholars. How is that not working for the corporate elites? You want to explain? Oh, the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, sending these our taxpayer dollars, billions of dollars to insurance companies, which guess what? Since we've been doing that, their portfolio has raised or their stock prices raised while things have gotten more unaffordable for the American citizen. Or I'm bad, but healthcare premiums have gotten more unaffordable for the American citizens. How is that not working for the corporate elites? Please tell me, because it seems like you don't check your own side, sis.
Now, I want to be explicit because, of course, the fake news media will twist everything that I say. I'm not saying you feel about them the same way I do. I'm not saying you have to be a Christian to be an American. I'm saying something simpler and truer. Christianity is America's creed. The shared moral language from the Revolution to the Civil War and beyond. Across that history, our country's major debates have always centered on how we could best as a people please God. That creed, think about it. That creed motivated our understanding of natural law and rights, our sense of duty to one's neighbor, the conviction that the strong must protect the weak, and the belief in individual conscience. Even our famously American idea of religious liberty is a Christian concept. Because we're all creatures of God, we must respect.
Don't know about that part. I'll be real with you. I don't know about that part now. The freedom of religion is a Christian concept? No, that was just something the founding fathers came up with on their own. Nowhere in the Bible does it really say you are free to practice other. If anything, it condemns it. It condemns it. Actually, we've had Christian nations before that condemn the practicing of other religions. So no, this is not a Christian theology. It's not a Christian concept. This is actually something, this is why I respect the forefathers so much. It's something that they came up with on their own, that you should be able to live in this country and practice whatever religion you want. I mean, shout out to my man, Thomas, what was it? Yes, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, two of our presidents, two of the founding fathers owned copies of the Quran to express that, yes, we even want this to be a country to where you could practice this religion in as well. If it was a Christian concept, trust me, it would have been in the Bible. We'd have been able to source it out in there. But I don't really like how they're trying to fuse that all into Christianity. Trust me. I love Christianity. I love Jesus and all that good stuff. But we're not going to sit here and say that, oh, well, the principle of the freedom of religion is a Christian concept. Not really. Shoot, I don't even think any religion preaches that, to be quite honest with you.
Individual's pathway to that God. But over the last 50 years, there has been a singular focus, a war that has been waged on Christians and Christianity in the United States of America. And let me say, of all the wars that Donald Trump has ended, that is the one we're proudest of. For decades, the left has labored to push Christianity out of national life. They've kicked it out of the schools, out of the workplace, out of the fundamental parts of the public square. Freedom of religion transformed into freedom.
I mean, yeah, we took out religion and left in nihilism. We replaced it with nihilism. Now these kids are just the most negative people in the world. Don't even really see a future or just have this doomsday scenario. So yeah, we replaced religion with nihilism.
From religion. And in a public square devoid of God, we got a vacuum. And the ideas that filled that void preyed on the very worst of human nature rather than uplifting it. They told us not that we were children of God, but children of this or that identity group. They replaced God's beautiful design for the family that men and women could rely on and turn to one another with the idea that men could turn into women so long as they brought the right bunch of pills from Big Pharma. They had all the religious fervor of a zealous convert without any of the grace or forgiveness of a true Christian. Scripture tells us, by your fruits ye shall know them. And we might ask, what are the fruits of these people and their principles? And the answer is a man named Tyler Robinson who killed my friend. Think about it. He is everything that the far left want from our young men. He rejected the conservatism and the spirituality, the values of a small town family. He moved into a small apartment. He became addicted to porn. He became addicted to hate. And he ended up sleeping with somebody who doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. That is the nightmare scenario, but that is the scenario that the left has actively advertised they want for American families. And the young men in the audience in particular, that is exactly why we have to fight them. Because the fruits of true Christianity are men like Charlie Kirk. The fruits of true Christianity are good husbands, patient fathers, builders of great things, and slayers of dragons. And yes, men who are willing to die for a principle if that's what God asks them to do. Because so many of us recognize that it is better to die a patriot than live a coward. I'm going to tell you something I haven't talked about publicly before, but in the days after Charlie's death, I struggled a great deal. I'm sure many of you did too. I remember watching every video of the assassination, looking for clues, trying to understand what happened. I'd try to hide my friend and that terrible bullet hitting him, but I would try to look around. I stayed up all night.
All right, now I got to grill you point by point, Nikki, because I let you slide. But hey, look, I'm in the chat today. I'm grilling people in the chat today. I'm having fun. All right, guys. So shout out to Nikki because, like I said, it gets more and more ridiculous. Like, Nikki, do you know in the Inflation Reduction Act, you know, under Biden, that they are the ones who set the Obamacare healthcare premiums, the enhanced Obamacare healthcare subsidies to expire? You know that, right? They're the ones that set it to expire. So how is it Republicans' fault when the Dems set the expiration date? You want to make that make sense? Because you probably can't. You probably can't make that make sense. But then you brought up the Genius Visa. No, the Genius Visa is the O1 visa. That's what you're talking about. An H-1B visa is different from the O1 visa. So you might want to, learn about your visas. Because I call the O1 visa the outstanding one visa. And that should be the only one that we have. Because for people with special skills, that's O1. The H-1B visas is what a lot of these medical companies and tech companies use to undermine American scholars by bringing these guys in for level 1 positions, but they're actually doing level 2, level 3. I'm sorry that you're not too educated on that, but hey, at least I'm here for you.
For many nights in a row, researching every conspiracy theory, going down every rabbit hole. When my lovely wife, Tpusa, told me to come to bed, I told her I owed it to Charlie to try to uncover every stone. And so that's what I tried to do. I remember I was consumed by this fear that Charlie's death wouldn't just deprive a family of their husband or of a good father, but that it would deny our movement of a great unifier of people and a great doer of great deeds. It's the only time I can remember my wife ever telling me that she was really worried about me. She told me it many times. But what saved me was not lying to myself, but accepting the reality of the fight that we're in. Charlie's death was an immense loss, an irreplaceable loss. We got kicked in the teeth, my friends, and there's no sugarcoating it or pretending that it didn't happen. We need to accept that. And what saved me was realizing that the story of the Christian faith, like the story of these United States of America, is one of immense loss followed by even bigger victory. It's a story. It's a story of very dark nights followed by very bright dawns. What saved me was remembering the inherent goodness of God and that His grace overflows when we least expect it. Not long ago, I spent time at a Christian men's ministry just a couple of weeks ago. And here's what they do. They take men who struggle with addiction or homelessness, and they help them get back on their feet. They feed them, they clothe them, they give them shelter and financial advice. They live out.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? feel free to super chat it in, and I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Or if you just want to support the show, feel free to send in a gift or a super chat. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
The very best part of Christ's commission. Now, afterwards, I had lunch with 4 of these men. It was a couple of white guys, a Hispanic guy, and a black man. They had all struggled in their unique ways. Some had lost contact with their family, some of them for a very long time. Others were desperate to rebuild relationships with their kids so that they could see them on Christmas. But all of them were back on their feet. And what saved them? It wasn't racial commonality or grievance. It wasn't some philosophical jargon. It wasn't a DEI prep course, and it wasn't a welfare check. It was the fact that a carpenter died 2,000 years ago and changed the world in the process. If you go to almost any food pantry in this country, you will find Christians feeding the poor. If you go to addicts whose families won't even speak to them, like my mom was at a certain point of her life, it's often the Christian ministries that stay with them at their very lowest moments. You'll find Christians sitting patiently beside hospice beds and in recovery rooms and in all the places of the world where people have given up on other people. And this is the moral truth we strive to center in our work in the Trump administration and in this great movement of ours.
I don't know about that, man. I know some grimy ass churches. Like not all churches operate like this, but this in my early days is what kind of turned me away from Christianity when I was younger. It was the fact that I watched an old lady give her entire life to this church, probably give maybe like $1 million, maybe just a little bit under, to this church her entire life. And on her deathbed, when she needed this church the most, when she needed the people to pull for her the most, you know what that church sent her? A cold ass turkey from Kroger's. Yeah. After that, I ain't never looked at no pastor, no church the same after that. I was just like, damn. They give you all this money. You asked this lady for all this money. Then when she needs some money, what do y'all give her? A cold turkey from Kroger's. Damn.
A true Christian politics, it cannot just be about the protection of the unborn or the promotion of the family, as important as those things absolutely are. It must be at the heart of our full understanding of government. Why do we penalize corporations?
And that's not all churches, because trust me, I've heard stories of churches who, went beyond and above for some of their people who go there. But from my personal experience, what I've seen churches do is outright despicable. And trust me, they don't represent Jesus. They don't represent the word of God. They just represent themselves in that manner, or, within those actions.
That ship American jobs overseas because we believe in the inherent dignity of human work and every person who works a good job in this country. Why have we worked without the help of Congress to restrict H-1B visas, for example? Because we believe it is wrong for companies to bypass American labor just to go for cheaper options in the third world.
Yeah, I mean, H-1B visas, you get to pay these guys 25 to 30% less than you would pay an American worker. So let's be real. If you were gonna pay an American scholar who just came out of college $100K, well, you could bring in this H-1B visa for 70 to 75K instead of, and save you about 20 to 30% on labor for just this one guy. Oh, not just that, you're also gonna keep this guy's pays the same, but make him work harder, make him work more hours, because guess what? This leads to extortion because their residency depends on that job. And imagine the type of power that these employers can hold over these guys, knowing that, because they do. And they make them work longer hours and everything. But like I said, y'all don't care about the extortion of these people. Y'all don't give a damn. But y'all say y'all care, though.
We help older Americans in retirement, including by ending taxes on Social Security, because we believe in honoring your father and mother rather than shipping all of their money off to Ukraine.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen. And let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you want to support the show, just send a gift or a super chat, because today you don't really need a commenter to send it in. Today I'm in the chat today. Okay, guys, I'm in here with you guys.
We believe in taking care of the poor, which is why we have Medicaid, so that the least among us can afford their prescriptions or to take their kids to see a doctor. And it's why we are outraged at the injustice of Tim Walz allowing Somalian immigrants to defraud that program to the tune of billions of dollars. It ought to go to Americans, because that's who it's there for. Now, I want to close, my friends, but I have heard you. I know that some of you are impatient at the pace of progress, and my response to that is good. Be impatient. Use that desire for justice for your country as fuel to get involved in this movement in a bigger and better and more powerful way. I know some of you are discouraged by the infighting over any number of issues. Don't be discouraged. Wouldn't you rather lead a movement of free thinkers?
Hey, and shout out to my man Jordan for starting us off with the Bartle Do. Appreciate the support. I think he said that's just some random saying, because I still have no idea what the hell that means. But shout out to my man Jordan.
Who sometimes disagree than a bunch of drones who take their orders from George Soros? And I know many of you miss our dear friend Charlie Kirk. So do I. I miss his optimism. I miss his energy. I miss the phone calls where we'd strategize about how to get this or that GOP congressman to get off their ass and do something. But most of all, I miss Charlie's wisdom. I miss his reminder that politics is not a dress rehearsal or a game. We are making decisions that will save our country and give the American people a shot at their dreams again. If you miss Charlie Kirk, do you promise to fight what he died for? Do you promise to take the country back from the people who took his life? Do you promise to help defeat the radicals who cheered his death?
Which is wild.
Do you promise to honor his memory by...
You know what? I know this wasn't all Dems, but it was wild how there were a lot of like guys trying to sit there and celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. I was just like, first off, and then there was people trying to make up reasons, trying to make it make sense. Well, he was a racist, but you couldn't give us the argument where he laid out a racist argument. You couldn't give it to us. Y'all just going off clips to hate a man because he was a Republican, because he was MAGA. Y'all had no good reason to hate Charlie Kirk. But trust me, you have to go out there and find some clips to create one. It was actually pretty pathetic how a lot of guys were trying to be happy that this guy was dead, but they could not name one argument for why they thought he was a racist, why he was a bigot, or why he deserved to die in the first place. Couldn't have one, but just, oh, well, he's MAGA.
Having faith in the God he loved.
I'm still waiting for him to this day.
My friends, commit to these things, and I promise you victory. I promise you closed borders and safe communities. I promise you good jobs and a dignified life. Only God can promise you salvation in heaven, but together we can fulfill the promise of the greatest nation in the history of the earth. Merry Christmas, my friends. Let's keep fighting.
But all right, now let's get over to the controversial Ben Shapiro and his speech. Then we're going to go ahead and get into Bannon's and the rest of them. Bannon's and then, of course, Tucker Carlson's. I think Tucker was like one of the few that actually took questions from the crowd. But shout out to our little imp here, our little midget. Ben Shapiro. I don't like the guy too much, but he has some good points. Not during this speech, though.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's obviously a massive honor to be here at Turning Point USA. It's even more of an honor to follow Erica Kirk, a heroic figure and a true American patriot. I really believe that the best way to judge a goodness of a man is to see the goodness of his wife and his children. And on that measure, Charlie was unsurpassed. Erica and her children are in all of our hearts. And of course, this is an incredibly bittersweet moment. It's absolutely bitter because of the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, an irreplaceable human being. I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself into one of the most powerful exponents of conservatism in America, one of the most powerful coalition builders in American history.
True.
But it's also sweet to see the number of people who continue to remember Charlie each and every day and to carry on his mission. Well, today, I want to talk about the future of the country. And the future of this country, this amazing country, relies on the future of the conservative movement. It relies on what TPUSA...
Oh, bro said racist channel, man. You damn right.
That nigga is guilty.
You damn right this nigga guilty being racist. You know what?
Oh, yeah. There is powerful niggardry at work here.
About to make me turn on my Uncle Ruckus, man. You niggas can't do nothing good. You should thank the white man for even allowing y'all asses to grace this great land. Yeah, maybe I should go Uncle Ruckus for the one time. I'm just playing, of course. I'm just playing.
Defines as its core mission freedom, free markets, and limited government. And most of all, the future of this country relies on truth. This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity and falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time, and a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and...
I mean, brother, I got God in my life. I don't know about you. I would have to ask you, do you have God in your life? Are you staying away from lustful intentions? Are you staying away from the gluttony and all that good stuff? Are you trying to, and participate in the 7 virtues instead of the 7 deadly sins? Because you know what? I'm pretty sure if I was to take a good look at you, you're probably a fat ass. You're probably a gooner. So you might want to get God in your life instead of trying to tell it to other people. Because I'm gonna be real with you, the people who say that, people like you who say that, are the ones who need God in their life the most. So I would like to spin that back on you, and I'm praying for you, my friend.
Upholds our ideals. What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends? All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics, thousands of years. And over the course of this conference, you'll hear a lot of opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them every single day on my show. My fundamental values have been the same for 25 years. Peace through strength on foreign policy. Traditional values on social policy. Free markets with regard to economics. But today, I want to talk about something even more important. How to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters. Because something is new. An informational environment rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity because the legacy media gatekeepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear. Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance.
I'm sorry, but how's questioning Charlie Kirk's death undermining conservatism? Like, Ben Shapiro, you're reaching pretty far right now, and it does not make sense. Like, what is it? Here's the thing. If you don't like the investigation, then don't get involved in it. and let people cook. Let Candace cook. Let them cook, because I'll be real with you, they're bringing up some pretty compelling points. They're bringing out some crazy stuff. I mean, of course, the Egyptian planes are waiting them to round that around, but let's be honest, the original narrative don't make sense. There's no way there's no way Tyler Robinson took a 30-06 and shot Charlie Kirk without a decapitation. I'm gonna be real with you. It's just not possible. I mean, no matter if you change the ammo, even if the ammo was one of those, what they try to say, it's one of those bullets that where if you shoot it on impact, it automatically dissolves. Yeah, it wasn't one of them either. So please do not get mad at people for just looking at bullshit and calling it.
These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that. A danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today,
okay, bro,
I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honor.
Oh, no, Nick, I will give you that one. He is trying to sell these, the Trump gold card, $1 million, so these companies can start paying for these H-1B visas. He's trying to find a way to profit off the H-1B visas and have them profit for America. Do I agree with that? Not really. I'd rather him just cut it off completely. But no, you are right, though. He is trying to profit off it. $1 million for a Trump gold card. Wild, but I mean, he is a businessman.
Honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry. If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it.
Hey, look at you. You came in under a different profile. I think I wouldn't notice. Look at you. But he says you're a beggar and a fascist. I mean, like, bro, that's hilarious, because I kind of broke down your argument on why haven't you been executed for preaching against the fear of Donald Trump, and you weren't really able to explain that. You couldn't explain how you live in a fascist nation or under a dictatorship, because you have this freedom of speech and autonomy that, a lot of fascist dictators back in the past didn't allow. They didn't allow this, but you're somehow doing it. So it is a bit funny how you're saying it. But good job, though. Whole different profile, man. You gotta love the desperateness. Like, damn, you're that desperate to reach me, man. You could just email me.
As existential threats. Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response. They are fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse. We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth.
Really?
So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of...
I mean, Ben, why won't you tell the truth about the reckless bombing of women and children in Gaza? Tell the truth about that, then, instead of trying to run cover for Israel. Please, go ahead and tell the truth about that before you even question Candace Owens or anybody else. Can you show some journalistic integrity and condemn what Israel doing in Gaza? If you can't do that, bro, then shut the F up. I'm sorry, but I can't hear nobody out who wants me to condemn somebody for what? Doing an investigation? When you can't even condemn the reckless bombing of women and children, the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, you can't condemn that. You can't hop down on that. We're supposed to hop down on Candace Owens about Charlie Kirk. Like, bro, how do you sound?
Charlie Kirk. So, if Candace Owens decides to spend,
and I mean, let's be real, bro. You're a never Trumper. So who are you to try to say what MAGA is and where MAGA should go when you were going against Donald Trump? It's like, is he real? You're a bandwagon, but you're trying to be the leader of the bandwagon.
and every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk, casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff.
Because Mikey McCoy lied. The man said that he called Charlie Kirk's wife when he actually called his own wife first. Then he called Charlie Kirk's wife. He got caught up in a lie, or maybe he, I don't know, forgot about how things went that day. Like, I'm not going to say he was just lying, but it kind of seems like it. Like, let's be quite honest. There's been a couple lies these guys got caught up in. Like, I mean, shoot, I don't even want to go over the lies Erica Kirk got caught up in. Do we really need to go over all the lies that they've been caught up in, even the ones towards Erica Kirk? Because now Erica Kirk is on the chopping board. I mean, she done put her voice out there, and now she don't get that widow protection, okay? Be honest with you. Like, even I was a bit weary on talking about her, but, I mean, she put herself out there, so it's game time. And I mean, by game time, I mean, well, lady, now you are free to get all the criticism in the world. So we'll get into that later.
And Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash, implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder, or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name.
Yeah, but not everybody disagrees with it like you do, Ben Shapiro. And that's the problem with Ben. He's like, he just feels like everybody should just agree with what he's saying. He just thinks he's just so logically sound and correct that if you don't go along with what he's saying, you must be stupid. And here's the thing, it's that same thing that we hate from the left. Like, yes, like Ben Shapiro exudes the same attitude, the same condescending attitude that we hate from the left. That's why nobody really likes Ben Shapiro, especially coming in with this attitude as a never Trumper. It's like, bro, get a grip.
Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice.
Wow. So they're guilty of cowardice because what? They don't speak out against Candace like you do. And here's the thing, you don't even bring up good points. That's the problem why nobody want to speak out against Candace, because the last couple people that spoke out against Candace end up looking stupid and got caught in a lie. When they try to say that Candace didn't have the text messages from Charlie Kirk, and when she showed it, a lot of people end up looking stupid. Therefore, a lot of people on the sidelines who wanted to criticize Candace end up shutting the fuck up. Why? Because they didn't want to be made to look stupid like she did with the rest of the people. I mean, just like you, Ben, she's making you look stupid right now. And it kind of lets us know that you're not read in on none of the, I'm gonna be real with you, none of the Tyler Robinson investigation. You're just showing your ignorance at a certain point. You just want us to go along with the narrative.
The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly. Second, because we owe you the truth, we owe you the duty to speak out of principle, not personal feeling. It should not matter whether we despise someone or whether we love someone. The question is what they say and what they do, and whether those things are morally decent or not. On a political level, do they foster freedom, justice, and prosperity? On a personal level, do they treat others as they would wish to be treated? Personal feeling is not
the Egyptian planes. I mean, did you not look that up? Or the fact that Mikey Robinson lied about calling Charlie Kirk first? Did you even know that? I mean, bro, it'd be the people who hasn't even looked at Candace or even looked at her investigation that has the most to say. And it's like, it's hilarious. Like, you haven't looked at anything and you're asking me. Like, bro, if you have such a criticism on it, don't you think you should do the due diligence to look into this? Like, come on now. I just named 2 already. Hopefully you can go out there and look for more since you didn't know none at all.
a substitute for moral judgment. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter.
I'm sorry, but Candace is say or do evil things. I'm sorry, but what's so evil about saying that Israel should not be able to ethnically cleanse Gaza? What's so evil to say that, you know, a genocide is wrong or ethnic cleansing is wrong no matter what country it is? Like, that's not wrong. It's just for some reason the Israeli lobbyists or all the Israel First guys kind of lose their shit when you tell them that. I don't know why, because I mean, it should be common sense. Like, you know, bro, you shouldn't try to rationalize bombing innocent women or children by saying that, oh, all of them are Hamas, because we all know that's ridiculous. And if you believe that, I'm sorry, but you know what? I'm gonna be nice. I'm just gonna say that you're a little bit brainwashed. Even to the guys that say, well, they want to kill us. Oh, please tell me how 25,000 Hamas was going to take out all 9 million Israelis with subpar weaponry. They don't have an air force. They have 1 or 2 helicopters, but y'all got jets, missiles, all that. But they're going to be the ones that take you guys out. Can we make sense, please? Can we just make sense?
Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants. Politics is about principle, and if you are willing to sacrifice basic truth and simple principle in favor of emotional solidarity, you have betrayed your fundamental duty to the American people.
Grand Canyon University, our sponsor, is an affordable private Christian university based in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. It's one of the largest universities.com to claim the offer.
First off, I should break the omerta here and just be a little bit clear. The notion that people in our industry are close friends, like we all take holiday breaks with each other and go to each other's kids' graduations and stuff, is generally untrue. Some people do that, most of us don't. We see each other at conferences and we talk on the phone and all the rest. We're business colleagues. But even if it were true that other public figures were our best friends, our very best friends, that does not relieve us of our duty to speak out of principle and not to cover up evil or shy away from addressing it out of friendship.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I mean, if this person's my friend, then I would hope and if I was that person's friend, I wouldn't go and make it a public spectacle. If, like I said, if they're my friend, most like I got their number, I got their DM, and I can DM them and be like, look, bro, I'm not sure where you're getting this from. I think you're wrong. I think you should stop. And like, if you could maybe like clue me in on where the fuck you're getting this from, maybe I can ride with you on it. But if not, then I think you're low-key doing yourself dirty. I think you're low-key shooting yourself in the foot. Like, isn't that probably the most mature way of handling this instead of getting on front stage trying to condemn people who don't want to condemn the people that you want to condemn? I'm just saying, isn't that a little bit, you know, mature? Isn't this a bit childish what Ben Shapiro's doing, trying to get other people to condemn other people for what he don't agree with? Like, I'm sorry, but it seems a bit childish to me.
So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of
I mean, she got some good lines of questioning. Like, come on, you just can't sit here and say that Tyler Robinson got on that roof, shot Charlie Kirk with a 30-06 and say that makes sense. I'm sorry, but it don't make sense, and they need to make it make sense. And sadly, all these holes that Candace Owens is poking is getting a lot of people irritated, which makes people think that, well, maybe there's something that they're hiding. Y'all shouldn't be so irritated. And let's be real. Erica Kirk should be going twice as hard as Candace to figure this out. If anybody should be doing an investigation, it shouldn't really be Candace Owens. It should be Erica Kirk. But Erica Kirk just going along with the main narrative like it makes sense, and it doesn't. Actually, she was ready to move on and hop right into her career, or right into her position as CEO, before even doing any type of real investigation into her husband's assassination. Nope, we got her husband's best friend, Candace, being the real ride or die, trying to figure out what the F going on. I mean, if that ain't suspicious, I don't know what is.
Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, my goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this, and says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, into this on one side, that is a moral and logical absurdity.
How? She's pretty much saying, look, I'm just going to wait to see what happens. If she gets to a BS conclusion, I'm pretty sure she'll be the first to call it out. But sadly, if you've actually been watching Candace Owens' little special on Charlie Kirk or her little investigation into the matter, you would see that she actually has some pretty compelling points, and you don't want to sit there and call her a liar too early or she'll make you look stupid. And like I already gave you guys the example when she sat there and said that Charlie Kirk was going to turn against Israel, the pro-Israel movement. Everybody called her a liar. She released the text messages, right? And now Erica Kirk comes out and says, oh, those aren't real. Those aren't real messages, but they were. They were in Charlie Kirk's Signal account. It's Signal messages, not his main messages. And for some reason, Erica Kirk, it being her husband, for some reason didn't think about checking that part of his phone. Just came straight out and said it was a lie, but you do some simple investigation. All she had to do was look into Signal and she'd have seen the message. Why didn't she do that? That's a bit suspicious. But we're all supposed to sit here and pretend like that's just normal activity. Like, yo, nothing to see here. Just believe the narrative. No, I'm sorry. You ain't about to do us like JFK, where 10, 20 years down the line, then we start to get somewhat of the truth.
There is only one moral side here, Erica Kirk's side. You know, the side of the widow with 2 children whose husband was shot live on camera in front of all of us. Friendship with the person accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice.
Then why'd they lie? Bro, look, one of the guys literally said that the surgeon came out and said that Charlie Kirk had a bone of steel or bones of steel because he just ate all his vegetables and he drank all the milk in the world, and he was able to stop a 30-06 bullet. Now, y'all may not know this, but the surgeon actually came out and said that that's bullshit. He never said that. There's another lie. And do you even know that? You even know what they're trying to tell us? Because a lot of people are trying to say Ken is a liar don't even know what they're actually trying to say. You know, they're trying to say that Charlie's the bone, that I'm be real with you, 30-06 bullets been going through bison bone, deer bone, stronger bones than we got. And for some reason, Charlie Kirk is just this special human being to where it can stop a bullet. It can stop a 30-06 bullet. Like, really now? That's what you want us to believe. But like I said, a lot of people really don't know what Ken is actually looking into. They're just criticizing because she's Candace.
Third, and relatedly, we have a duty to take responsibility for what we say and do. If we hire awful people, we're responsible for that. I have some experience there, as you might suspect. That means that if we offer a guest for your viewing, we owe it to you to ask the kinds of questions that actually get at the truth. If we agree with the guest, that's fine, but we should own it. So, for example, if you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse like Nick Fuentes, you know, the Nick Fuentes who said that the vice president of the United States is a, quote, fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. The person who said that Charlie Kirk was a, quote, retarded idiot. The person who said, and pardon my language here, it's his quote, that he, quote, took Turning Point USA and f***ed it, and that's why it's filled with groypers. If you have that person on your show and you proceed to glaze him, you ought to own it.
Having a conversation with Nick Fuentes isn't really glazing him. And I mean, bro, you want to talk about that in context, please? But I get where he's going with that. I get where he's going. He's trying to say you can't have a conversation with Nick Fuentes because he talks about world Jewry. I mean, let's be real, because it ain't about, I'm be wrong with you. Yeah, sure, Hitler. But the other stuff Ben Shapiro talking about, you don't really care if Nick Fuentes talk about that. It's mainly about him calling out as like, it's pretty much saying that Jews have this worldwide cabal that they're using to influence, you know, countries. And, you know, he likes to point out things like the World Jewish Congress and all that good stuff. And, you know, how they have involvement in different countries. And you know what? I'm not all the way sold on it, but there might be some truth to that.
There is a reason that Charlie Kirk despised Nick Fuentes, and indeed even chided Dinesh D'Souza for debating him. He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll, and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up. and he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo
pornographer. Yeah, Andrew Tate's never did. Well, webcam is way different from pornography. I would hope you know that. But and sex trafficker, yeah, Andrew Tate's never been convicted of sex trafficking or any type of sexual crime. But I mean, he did just lose a boxing match terribly. I mean, he did get his ass whooped in that boxing match. So there's that, which I was pretty disappointed in. I didn't watch it, but I seen clips, and I'm gonna be real with you, didn't look like any of them knew how to box. And this guy's supposed to be an ex-kicks boxer. I was thoroughly disappointed. I was like, bro, it's okay for you to lose. I don't mind you losing, because trust me, I'm a wrestler. I'm a boxer. I used to do all that. I understand. But to look like you don't even know how to box is a way different than losing. Throwing these wide open punches that are just, you know, shooting straight. I'm gonna be real with you. It makes me think that you never really was a boxer.
Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests. Fourth, because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide you with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just asking questions. I
mean, let's be real. Candace Owens claimed that they were lying, and she provided evidence that these people were lying, and they were. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, everybody went to and said, oh, Candace is not providing any proof. Bro, she's proven that there's people on Charlie Kirk's team that were lying. There you go.
Lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence.
Nah, Jet, you right, though. Both of them boys got put on their knees. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. Jake Paul, that was expected. I was like, bro, this guy's a real boxer, bro. He's a real boxer. Chase Damore, that is not no real boxer. Like, I can whoop that guy's ass because he can't, bro. He's not a real boxer. He's not. He can't even throw a proper uppercut. The man threw an uppercut like this. Like, who the fuck throws an uppercut so far out like this? It's supposed to be close like that. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I was embarrassed watching that shit.
So, when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with, which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flack for Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, shit. Oh.
Check the record.
Oh.
Our duty to provide you evidence means we actually have to do much more than just ask questions. Just asking questions is something my 5-year-old does. And it's really cute when
I mean, bro, if you don't ask questions, I mean, how do you get real answers? If you don't ask the right questions, you never really get to the right solution, or you never really get the right answers. So, be honest with you, let's be real. Like, all inventions, I mean, from all breakthrough technology came with a question. So let's not play stupid, bro. You gotta ask questions, and then you gotta sit there and honestly take action on those questions. Look it up, see if you can find something that can substantiate it. Like, I don't know, maybe you lead into another question, maybe you find that answer. But asking questions, bro, what are you talking about? You're acting like, oh, well, don't ask questions unless what, Ben Shapiro? Unless what? Because everything, all investigations, breakthrough technology starts out with a what? A question.
Comes from my 5-year-old. But when grown men and women spend their days just asking questions without, seeking answers, they are lying to you. In fact, they're doing something even worse. They are seeding distrust in the world around you, and they are enervating you in the process. So, for example, if many speakers, including Tucker Carlson and others, get on stage here at TPUSA and claim, without proper evidence, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad rape ring being covered up by the Trump administration, they are not actually uncovering a conspiracy or effectuating a solution. They are claiming a special provenance to information they won't let you see, which builds their power and leaves you with none. They are also implicating in their speculation actual human beings, good human beings, like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi, and yes, the President of the United States.
I'm sorry, but you can't. Ben, you look, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are indefensible. You cannot defend the bullshit. Like, especially what Kash Patel did with the Epstein files and all that good stuff. I mean, all the scandal he's been getting into, how this man has been getting thrown all over the FBI, being led in the wrong directions by people in the FBI, the burn bags that he talked about, but he never really released what was in those burn bags. Yes, I mean, there's a lot of things going on with Kash Patel. I mean, oh yes, the 24-hour declassification center that he was supposed to open up. What the fuck happened to that? Pam Bondi, she was told, you got 30 days, woman, 30 effing days to release these Epstein files. What this woman do in 30 days? Her and Todd Blanche give us a whole bunch of redacted bullshit. That's indefensible. They should resign, be fired, something. I'm even for them being impeached at this point.
Even if they're too cowardly to say President Trump's name. And that means you won't trust those good people in the future. You haven't gotten smarter, you've just been manipulated. When forced to demonstrate their evidence, these same people will often refuse to provide it. They'll claim ignorance. They'll pretend they're outside the system. And they don't have access to actual information. You know, they're just asking questions. But many of these same people have direct pipelines to informational sources. So, for example, if Tucker wants answers to his questions about, say, Jeffrey Epstein.
And shout out to my man R3. I just seen it. He sent the thumbs up for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support. Oh, guys, like I said, you can support the show by sending a super chat or gifts. Appreciate it, guys, because today I'm in the chat with you guys.
He could call the Vice President of the United States. He's quite close with him. But he won't, because that might undermine the empty speculation. None of this means there aren't actual real conspiracies in the world. Of course there are. But actual conspiracies require actual evidence.
Yeah, but according to you, Ben, we're not even allowed to ask questions about those actual conspiracies. Actually, you're saying that, well, if all we have is questions, then what? We shouldn't infer any further? Like, but where are you going with this? Because to get mad that people are asking questions is kind of ridiculous. I'm trying to see where he's actually going with this. Like, bro, land the plane.
Yes, there was a Russiagate conspiracy, and we know the names of the people involved. And
hey, shout out to Pat Jagger for sending in 100 jewels for 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate that.
What they did. We know Hillary Clinton and Fusion GPS and James Comey and Loretta Lynch and Adam Schiff. We know all of those people. Yes, there was a COVID-19 conspiracy. We know that Anthony Fauci worked to shut down alternative solutions from people like Jay Bhattacharya. But when people posit a conspiracy and then provide you no evidence, they are doing you a fundamental disservice, and they are making you stupider in the process.
Really?
Finally, because it is our job to make the lives of our audience better, right? That's really our job, is to give you more information to make your lives better. We have a duty to propose solutions. That's why we have to talk about our problems in order to find the solutions. That's what politics was supposed to be about, after all, finding solutions to our common problems. If we speak endlessly about the problems we face, without ever positing a solution other than wrecking the system or centralizing power in a cult-like figure, we are not finding solutions. We are merely making problems worse. Just asking questions, positing vague conspiracies, raving like Alex Jones about the secret confederacies that control your life, none of it makes your life better. None of it. In fact, it makes your life markedly worse. That's because if you truly come to believe that nothing in your life is in your control, you can't even take control of your own life. You despair of your ability to change your own circumstances, and then you fail. And you must not fail.
Okay.
Because here is the most fundamental truth of all in the United States. For all of its problems, many of which, a huge number of which, are real and serious.
Like, Ashley, that's the thing, though. Nobody's just repeating anything. Everything that Candace said, she came with the facts with. Now, like I said, you may not be privy to what Candace is saying because you don't like her, you don't watch the show, but I'm gonna be real with you, that means you can't really talk about it because you don't know what's been presented. You don't watch the show, so you might want to shh, unless you want to go look at some clips or watch the Candace Owens show. Until then, I don't know, you can't really have a real argument because you haven't watched the show. You don't know that she just been asking questions repeatedly or she asks a question and then provided an answer. You don't know. I wish you did, but you don't.
The United States is still the greatest country in the history of planet Earth.
I'll agree with you there.
We have the greatest constitution ever devised by man. We have the greatest founding philosophy ever put to paper in the Declaration of Independence.
Facts.
In this country, you can make of yourself what you will. And if there are true obstacles standing in your way, we can all work together to remove them. That, by the way, is the essence of conservatism, that we live in a world created by God with a logic and a rationale, that we as human beings were created in God's image, as it says in the book of Genesis, with creative capacity and the power to choose, and that in a free country of limited government and defined powers with property rights and equality under law, our destiny is in our hands, and that we all have a duty to make the most of that historic opportunity. Anyone who tries to convince you otherwise is lying to you, and they are making your life worse in the process. Now, that lie may feel good in the moment. It may excuse us from taking the corrective action we can take on a personal level to fix our lives. It might give us someone else to blame for our
Oh, then Ashley, then you haven't been paying attention. I'm sorry, sis. You're not paying attention then. Because what have I repeatedly said and I know you don't have a point because you'd have stated that. Oh, well, this is you repeatedly saying, Seth, I'm talking about you. This is what I'm saying. And I know I haven't really repeated too much besides what's wrong with asking questions? Because apparently Ben Shapiro, there's a problem with asking questions. So according to Ben Shapiro, you shouldn't be even asking me these questions, man, without having no real answer. Where's your answer to the question?
own failures. But in the end, the lie kills. Not just your future, but the country that we've been given. So, for those of us who talk for a living, that's our job. To discuss America's problems with truth and with evidence. To provide possible...
I mean, does he not have... No, come on now, sis. Come on now, sis. You're not being fair, Ashley. That this man not just get mad at people not questioning Candace. She's actually getting mad that Candace Owens is having questions about Charlie Kirk's murder or assassination. He's literally getting mad at people asking questions. That's literally what he's getting mad at. He gets mad at people when they ask questions about Israel. He gets mad when people ask questions about the Charlie Kirk investigation. I mean, yes, he's mad at questions.
Solutions, and to encourage Americans to succeed and make great decisions. We who speak to people on a regular basis, who have a microphone and an audience, we have duties to you. The duty to speak the truth. The duty to speak from principle, not personal feeling. The duty...
All right, cool. Thank you, Rachel. I thought I was the only one tripping because I'm like, did this man not just say we can't ask questions, then flipped around and said, yeah, but you can ask questions. I'm like, bro, what? It's ridiculous. It really is.
To take responsibility for our own actions. The duty to provide you with evidence to do more than conspiracize or just ask questions. And the duty to posit real solutions. And if we fail in those duties, you shouldn't listen to us. But you have duties too. Far more important duties. Duties to God and to yourself and to your families. The duty to do the best for yourself and your family and your country with the abilities that God gave you. The duty to be grateful for this extraordinary country. The duty to celebrate what we've all been given and to fight to preserve it.
I mean, bro, you listen to someone who thinks you're a monkey, man. I mean, bro, I've listened to KKK members. I mean, I don't really care what people think about me. I'm just looking into their ideology. If you got to be so sensitive to care about what people think about you to hear them out, I'm sorry, that's just you, and you need to toughen up.
All of that, every bit of that begins with truth. We owe you that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest for truth. And true victory only comes through truth.
And then the thing is, I wonder who he's talking about, because if he's talking about Ben Shapiro, I'll be real with you. I may not like Shapiro, but Shapiro's never said something like crazy racist. Like, I'm be real with you. Like, I don't like Shapiro, not one bit, but I'm not going to sit here and call the man a racist. And he never called, I mean, real with you, nobody no monkey. If y'all want to bring up the young Republicans and that's all you guys got is this small group of kids, then okay, but that doesn't make up the entire conservative party. And if you want to go ahead and use that argument, then okay, then all Democrats are for trans and kids. All Democrats are for minor attractive people, aka pedophiles, while they complain about the Epstein files. But remember, that was you guys that was pushing for that. Not all of you, but that very small group of you.
Thanks so much. Happy to take a couple questions. America is approaching its 250th birthday. It should be a time of celebration. But did you know only 41% of Gen Z say they are actually proud to be American? Why is that number not 100?
I mean, shoot, the Talmud say that about everybody, my brother. You already know how it is out here. All right, I'm done.
Today. That's PragerU.com/DW.
Hi, my name is Jenna. I'm one of the co-presidents of the Turning Point chapter at JMU. I have a question. How do you balance telling the truth with delivery and speaking to people who disagree with you?
So I think obviously the truth comes first. We ought to be polite, but the truth comes first. And if you can tell the truth in a polite way, that's the best way to do it. But sometimes people perceive truth as impolite, and that's just the way of the world. You know, I rather famously have said that facts don't care about your feelings. And that happens to be true. You know, when you engage in a conversation, I've said this to a lot of people, when you engage in a conversation, it's very important to sort of determine the end of the conversation. If it's going to be impossible to tell somebody the truth in a productive way, you probably shouldn't engage in that kind of conversation, and you should make that judgment ahead of time. But truth always has to take precedence over politeness if the two come into conflict, particularly if you're talking publicly, as we all do for a living. I'm not talking about you're talking to your kid and they bring you a macaroni painting and they're like, is it good or not? You're like, no, this is terrible. And you stuff it in the trash. It is terrible. But, say that it's good. And then later you kind of put that. I understand. But when we're talking about politics and policy, obviously the truth has to come first, because if we can't agree on fundamental facts, there's no possibility for solutions.
I would hit Ben Shapiro. Well, all right, it's a fundamental fact written by Israeli media that out of the 53,000 citizens that were the 53,000 people that was reported dead in May 2025, only 809,000. Oh, my bad. Only 8,900 of them were Hamas combatants. AKA, that means about 87 of these guys, 87 of these 53,000 people, 87% of these 53,000 people were citizens. Facts don't care about your feelings, Ben. So can we agree on that truth right there? Like, is it possible? Because I guarantee you, Ben Shapiro will give me all the mental gymnastics in the world, Simone Biles level gymnastics to skirt around that point and not see that truth.
Thank you for being here, Ben. You cited during your speech truth as the most important tenet of American conservatism. Why, therefore, did you call irrelevant the Israeli attack in 1967 on the USS Liberty, which left dozens of American servicemen dead?
Yes, and they got attacked, and then they were told to shut the fuck up about it. So yes, if you don't know about the USS Liberty, now look this up, because this is atrocious. So pretty much Israel planes end up attacking a U.S. fleet or a U.S. ship, and they say they didn't know. But really what Israel was trying to do was drag America into a war because they was losing. They thought it was the end, and the only thing they could think of doing was trying to drag America into it. That's why they attacked the U.S. Liberty. This is why Lyndon B. Johnson ran cover for them and told anybody in the U.S. Liberty and gave them a gag order. So, yeah, we pretty much just disrespected our own servicemen to protect the image of Israel.
And hundreds wounded.
So what I actually said is that if we're looking at modern Israeli-American relations, looking at an attack that happened mistakenly by multiple Navy reports, multiple Israeli reports, and all available evidence, and using that attack in order to undermine today's relations between Israel and America, that's irrelevant. As irrelevant as it would be to cite a piece of evidence from World War II or from 1776 to define America's relations with, for example, Great Britain or Germany today. That does not mean that the attack wasn't.
Whoa, Ben. Aren't y'all the same ones who try to say, well, due to the fact that Islam did this thousands of years ago, this is why we shouldn't trust them today? Aren't you one of the same people saying that bullshit? Hold on, brother. You could sit there and you could bring up the atrocities of Arabs and Muslims all day and relate that to why we should be involved with them today. But we can't bring up the U.S. Liberty and relate that. So, why should we even be friends with you guys today? What? The picking and choosing is crazy.
Horrible for the Americans involved, that it wasn't bloody and terrible. The Israeli government paid reparations to the people who were killed. If you look at the actual military record of what happened on the USS Liberty, it was clearly a mistaken and tragic attack. The people who frequently cite the USS Liberty, however, are not talking.
But that's the problem, though. Israel has a history of dragging itself into wars that it cannot win, and then they try to drag other people into it. Not drag other people, drag us into it. Just like they did with Iran. Bro, they were threatening to nuke Tehran if we didn't bomb Iran. I mean, that's just what the Israelis do for some reason. Either they try to false flag us or they try to nuclear blackmail us. And for some reason, theirs is supposed to be our greatest ally in the Middle East. And we over here and destabilize all these other countries, to keep them safe, while lying to ourselves saying that, oh, Israel's the one that's keeping us safe when we're the ones sending out the weapons and the manpower. Like, what the fuck?
About the specifics of the USS Liberty. I suspect that the vast majority of people who bring this up are doing so in order to suggest that Israel deliberately attacked an American ship because Israel deliberately wants to harm America. It is connected generally with a larger point. I wonder if that's your point.
Bro, then why did, all right, so maybe you don't know, but Israel was actually losing that 12-day war against Iran because it was a battle of nutrition. And Iran got more missiles, and guess what Israel needs? Israel needs the U.S. to send them missiles. Israel needed the U.S. to sit outside in the Indian Ocean and shoot down the rockets that Iran was sending over to Israel. Israel couldn't defend itself on its own. You know that Tel Aviv was getting hit, right? You don't remember that, huh? All right, then. So no, Israel cannot win a war on its own. They can't. They need us every single time. That's why they're bombing Lebanon. They're trying to drag us into that shit too. I mean, do you not understand how they work at this point? Shoot, they couldn't even bomb Gaza without asking us for weapons. Yes, who makes the bombs that they're dropping in Gaza? We do. Not them, us. They can't even help their own weapons manufacturing. They can't even do that.
Truth matters.
Ooh.
Then the Israeli government must be.
All right, then shoot. Tell you they're going to get into that war with Iran without us. Guarantee you they won't do it.
Held accountable for that attack. The American flag was flying on that ship. You do not mistake an American ship for a foreign one when our flag is flying.
So, we can spend the rest of the time talking about the specifics of the U.S. Liberty attack, or you can actually go look at the naval investigations that were done, multiple naval investigations that were done. The reality is that people were flying Mirage planes for the Israeli military at the time. The USS Liberty was sailing in an area where it had essentially gone off-grid. The Israeli military mistook it for an Egyptian ship. They thought it was shelling Al Arish, which happened not to be true. In the initial attack, the American flag was knocked down, and then the attack went on for about 90 minutes. And then as soon, you can hear this, by the way, on the tapes of the Israeli pilots talking to each other. As soon as they realize that it's an American ship, they call off the attack, they speed.
Nope. Actually, one of the sailormen, the guys who was actually on that ship, said that he looked at the pilot on the Israeli ship and they smiled at him. They smiled at that man like... So no, Ben, that's not actually. I'd rather listen to the guys who are actually on that ship and listen to their story. You actually know who had one of those U.S. Liberty survivors on? Candace Owens. You know who caught a lot of heat for doing that? Candace Owens. So yeah, obviously this was something that the Israeli lobby did not want you to know about. And the fact that, I'm be real with you, a lot of Israelis came out and said that, yeah, we did it to try to drag the United States in there because we felt like we was losing that war at the time. But, you know, Israel can win whenever it wants, though. Not without us.
A ship to try and help the USS Liberty. There have been multiple unfortunate friendly fire incidents between Allied forces, including, for example, in the Gulf War, where U.S. forces were responsible for killing about 9 British troops during the Gulf War. It's an unfortunate reality of war, but you're not answering my question, which is, what is your broader...
No, they didn't, because then why was Iran able to send... knocked out all of Iran's air defense systems. Yeah, you're right. But Iran was still able to send missiles, still able to hit Tel Aviv, still able to hit inside of Israel. And he had hypersonic missiles that went straight past the dome, straight past it. So it was a battle of nutrition. And guess what? Israel could not take it any longer because Iran could just keep on sending missiles. Israel, they got to import their missiles. They don't even build their own missiles, to be quite honest with you. I mean, the missiles and the bombs that they're dropping in Gaza are made in the USA. I mean, a lot of y'all don't understand that Israel's not this powerhouse that y'all think it is. It's only that way because of us. The day we pull our support from Israel, the day Israel disappears, sadly.
Agenda and asking the question, because I suspect that your question is not limited to your specific...
Hey, shout out to my man Sid. He says, oh, and shout out to the ball. He says, Merry Christmas, Set, and everyone watching. Hey, Merry Christmas, Sid, and Happy Holidays. Oh, sound like my man says already in the Christmas spirit. He must be with the fam already.
Ire over an incident that happened in 1967.
I think we should question any foreign country's relationship with our government.
That's totally fine, but I'm just wondering why you
serve American interests.
Again, I'm perfectly fine with questioning any country's relationship with the United States. But again, I'm wondering what your motivation is in bringing up a 6-decade-old attack as though it is the #1 issue in a.
I mean, you know, y'all try to gaslight us about this attack as if it's never happened or if it was an honest mistake. And it wasn't an honest mistake. You was literally trying to drag the United States into that war at the time. So, yes, the lie is that, oh, this was an honest mistake or bad. No, it wasn't. You guys are trying to drag us into that war. Y'all guys were getting y'all ass whooped in. And guess what? And it didn't work. And it didn't work. And guess what? The conflict y'all didn't even end up losing anyway. So you damn near did it for no reason.
Discussing the relationship.
And LBJ, yes, and LBJ ran cover for you guys, heavy cover, to the point of hushing up military men and threatening their livelihood, which they did.
Between Israel and the United States today.
Well, many problems persist to this day, but it's interesting that you say 6-decade-old incident when there are many people in this audience who were alive for that attack, as if this is something that's irrelevant.
Well, no, it's just not particularly relevant to assessing the relationship between the United States and Israel today, in the same way that in 1967, there are a wide variety of countries with which the United States had different relations. Okay, it's clear you're not going to actually answer the question, so I'm happy to move to this one.
What?
Unfortunately, this will be the last question. Hi, my name is Natasha, and I'm a TPUSA chapter member at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles.
One of you.
So my question is, just with the divide in the conservative movement right now, what is your suggestion as to how young people can kind of come together and bridge that divide and just, you know, bring unity right now?
So again, I think that unity has to be reliant on first principles. No one would ask conservatives to unite with radical trans activists because that would be silly. And so we first have to decide what are the principles that we hold in common and then actually determine who are our allies in that particular fight. Now, again, the coalition may shift depending on the issue. That's kind of a normal thing in politics. Sometimes you're going to have different allies than you have with regard to other issues. But when it comes to how young people ought to decide what they believe, that's the thing I most care about. Because if I'm talking about the long-term trends of America, not merely the coalitions of the moment, which break and reform and break.
I will say this. It's not like the right doesn't get along with trans people, but we do. I mean, what was that one girl? Her name is Blair something, Blair White or something like that. But she's a conservative and she's trans. And the problem is that the reason why we can get along with trans women like her, or because they don't believe in transing children. They don't believe in trying to put puberty blockers or put children on puberty blockers. That's it. But like, we have no problem with the trans community. This is why we always say transing kids. Because that's our gripe. It's not the trans people. It's that when they try to push their ideology on kids who don't know no better. That's where we look at y'all crazy and we say y'all tripping. You guys can sit there and be trans and nobody's going to care. We treat y'all like the gay people. We don't really care as long as you don't try to indoctrinate our children into it. That's all. That's it. But the problem is that about those groups is that they don't reproduce. They recruit. And that's a problem because they're trying to recruit our kids.
Constantly. Right, George W. Bush's coalition was obviously not Donald Trump's coalition, and Donald Trump's coalition.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Let me just put that marker out there.
Is not going to be J.D. Vance's coalition, meaning every politician has their own coalition. That's the nature of electoral politics. What I'm more concerned about is the trajectory of how people think and what people think. And so before determining how to unify with others, you should first decide what are the things that are important to you. What are your fundamental values? And then you should find people who agree with those fundamental values, because the problem is, if you don't, then when push comes to shove, things come apart pretty quickly. I'll take one more.
Hi, Ben. Big fan of yours and stuff. And I'm currently a college sophomore, and my university just started a chapter, and it got approved. So just for your advice, how can we spread conservatism on campus and any hate or anything like that? Just combat that. And what would your be words of encouragement?
Damn it. My bad, guys. I was muted. All right. Appreciate you for catching me on that one. But what I was trying to tell you guys was that there is no way to pretty much, well, not no way, but it's really hard to sit there and promote conservatism on campuses while the conservative movement is championing the pro-Israeli movement. And I know a lot of my guys are going to hate me for saying this, but yeah, the pro-Israeli movement is what's shooting the conservative movement in the foot. It's the leech on the conservative movement that we need to remove is the pro-Israeli movement. Because let's be honest, I mean, it's not something we could win on. And one, I'm gonna be real with you, it's support of apartheid state. These guys are literally committing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And that's not conservative. That's not Christ-like. Like, what the hell are we supporting? And let's be real, like, Judaism and Christianity is like, bro, these are two separate religions. One sees Jesus as God, and the other one sees this guy as a charlatan. So it's kind of funny how they get y'all to hate Muslims, but you don't even focus on how this country don't even respect y'all God or y'all Messiah. So it's really hard to sit there and push conservatism while having that hypocrisy of the pro-Israel movement in it.
18 years old. It was actually a David Horowitz Freedom Center conference, and Charlie was going around trying to meet donors. And I saw this really nerdy, tall, gangly kid walking around trying to meet people, and I started introducing Charlie to a few of his sort of original donors. And I, by the way, in the first conversation with Charlie, I've said this before, but it's true. Charlie walked away, and I turned to my friend Jeremy Boring. I said, that dude's going to be the head of the RNC one day. Because Charlie was just that much of a go-getter, and it turns out that he was a lot bigger than that. I think that everyone has the potential to do that. Not everybody has the same exact skill set, and you have to find the skill set that best suits you. Maybe you're great at debate. Charlie was great at debate. Actually, what's fascinating about Charlie is that Charlie made himself great at debate. I knew Charlie when he...
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. Even Charlie Kirk was dealing with that trouble. That's why he said, I have to leave the pro-Israel movement, because the pro-Israel movement was sinking the conservative movement. It's really hard to sit there and say that we're God-loving Christians and we just love the conservative values of America, or we're out there championing, co-signing the bombing of innocent women and children and churches in Palestine, which people don't remember, in Gaza, which people don't for some reason want to neglect or act like is don't exist. But it's really hard to sit there and say that we are these people when we're sitting there promoting people, one, who don't believe in Jesus, two, people who think it's okay to bomb innocent women and children, three, a country that's mainly liberal. They're not even fucking conservative. Israel is mainly a liberal country. What? Like, that champion abortions and all that. Even Charlie Kirk said he don't even like how liberal Israel has become.
He wasn't great at debate, and then I knew Charlie when he was great at debate. He actually cultivated a skill set. It was really impressive and cool to watch him do that. That's something you can do too. So again, if Charlie can do that, a raw kid out of high school, no college degree, and build the most powerful conservative organization in America, then you can do it too, because that's what America is all about. You're an American, go do it. Thank you so much.
All right, now that that's over, let's go ahead and get into my man Steve Bannon, because he has some words for my man. So let's go ahead and get to my boy Steve Bannon. Basically, the grandfather of the MAGA movement. Like, I ain't gonna lie, probably the originator of the MAGA movement in my eyes. The modern day.
Thank you. We are at war. You know how we know this? You just heard Hawkins up here a few minutes ago, right? What did she say at the very moment Charlie Kirk was assassinated? What, the University of Montana? They laughed in her face, right? Laughed in her face, and some guy goes, oh, we're at war. Charlie Kirk knew we were at war. Every time I've spoken at any event of Turning Point, I always start with that, because Charlie Kirk knew one thing. He knew we were at war, and he knew we were going to be victorious if we didn't quit. So what do I mean by that? Let's go back. Do you understand? For the last 10 years, there have been 8 national elections, either primaries, off-year elections where Congress is voted on for the whole nation, or presidential elections. We have won 7 of those 8. This is why they hated. This is why they hated Charlie Kirk. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's philosophy or even his debates. Charlie Kirk was a tough person that built a machine that you guys are dedicated to that delivered victories. Let's be specific. Go back to 2015. President Trump, 15-16, wins the primary against all odds. Then in 16, he wins a come from behind, once in a lifetime victory against Hillary Clinton. We lost the 18 midterms because people were leaning on their rakes, and we lost, 35 or 40 House seats, and Nancy Pelosi told us exactly what she was going to do. She impeached Trump and almost brought it all down. President Trump came back, won the primary, right, very easily. Nobody really ran.
And here's the thing, though, like a lot of people don't understand this about the conservative party, or the Republican Party. We have maybe like a few charismatic characters in our party, and maybe you can say this about both sides, to be quite honest. We have a few charismatic characters. A lot of people is running off Trump's popularity. If Trump's poll numbers are bad, they're most likely going to lose their seat because they have no real character or no real, how do young kids say, they have no aura. They have no aura, man. They just sit there and they talk dry as hell and think that it's going to win kids over. It's going to win the youth over. They can barely win their own age group over. Trust me, no matter what Trump does, there's a lot of candidates out there that no matter what Trump does, they're just not a good candidate. Period, point blank.
Ran against him.
I mean, bro, they can barely argue for their points. And I'm talking about the conservatives here. Because, when I was looking into the race that happened in Virginia, I was like, bro, this black lady conservative barely even tried to speak on affordability. When it should have been easy to beat the Dems on affordability, at least on the conversation of it.
Think anybody ran against him? 2020, we won the 2020 election. Is there any dispute on that? If you don't believe that, you don't believe a foundational element of the MAGA movement.
True.
We won 2020. And to show you how we won it, we picked up 14 House seats that night. 14 House seats. Then President Trump went into the wilderness. This is when Charlie Kirk really, I think, stepped up the most. President Trump was sent to Mar-a-Lago. They never thought he was coming back. The Republican Party never thought he was coming back. And what happened? President Trump grinded it out. In fact, he told us on this stage last year, right here, the first time he told anybody. When Charlie had him come out here and speak, what did he say? He said, I had to run again because I could not let them steal an election because they're stealing the country. And we see what Biden did. Then we win the midterms in 22. We picked up 11 seats, 8 net, and took the House of Representatives. There were supposed to be more, but we got control of the House. And then, in really the greatest come from behind ever, President Trump, turning point, put him on put him on their shoulders. We won the greatest election in the history of the country.
True.
In 10 years, a decade, you've been beaten once when we leaned on our shovels. Charlie Kirk understood one thing. We are at war. It's a political war. It's a cold civil war. We don't want it to turn hot. We don't need it to turn hot. If we accomplish what we're supposed to accomplish. And we have won 7 of 8 national elections. The American people are with us as long as we get things done, as long as we accomplish the punch list that Rob Snyder talked about when he walked down this stage. That's what's incumbent upon us, and that's what the Republican establishment to date, because you can already see what they're doing in trying to block President Trump. You see this in Indianapolis.
Shout out Tove. Hey, look, Tove, I don't need to be president, man. They're going to assassinate me by my first term. I won't even actually, I'll probably make it halfway through my first term and they're going to assassinate me. It's going to be what? The first 6 months and they're already have it in plan.
You see this in the redistricting. The Republican establishment think that President Trump's just a passing storm and that he's just going to fade away. And what they're going to try to do is
Yo, Josh said this is one of Epstein's selfie buddies, right? Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Bannon do need to explain that little photo with him and Epstein in the desk, right? You know, Bannon's on the other side of the desk. Jeffrey Epstein's at his desk, and while Jeffrey Epstein's at his desk, he has like photos of like women. He has this one photo of a girl who's like slumped, passed out in the picture, slumped out, passed out on the couch, and this is on this man's desk. AKA, he sees this picture and he's like, the good old days, but like wild. And he's with Steve Bannon, and these guys are talking while this man has a picture of drugged out girls on his desk. Like, Bannon, I need answers. I need so many answers right now. Actually, Bannon, you have what, 24 hours of footage with this man, Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, can you release that, please? Like, please and thank you. Because you being caught in pictures with this man's already concerning.
Co-opt turning point, because Charlie has built it into a massive political operation that cannot be beat. And the left knows that. It's one of the reasons, yes, I realize we haven't gone to trial yet. We don't know all the information. It looks like, you know, at least the information we have out, it may be this guy, maybe not an organization in back of it. We don't know that yet because the evidence hasn't been put out. But Charlie Kirk is dead. Think about that. The individual that's probably, I think, at his age, the greatest individual this country's produced politically, culturally, since the revolution. Remember, all of the revolution was 30. Charlie Kirk's, hell, he's 31 years old. He's been doing this since he was 17 or 18. But Charlie Kirk was a man of action. And I want to make sure that we get something straight tonight. We have all
right, but just to show you guys, this is the picture that my man Sid's talking about. This right here. Look at this wild stuff. Like, Bannon, what is you doing, homie? What is you doing? And then here's this picture right here that I was talking about with the slumped out girl on the couch. Like I said, as a memorabilia, you truly enjoyed this moment when you put it on your desk. You look at it and you say, the good old days. And then there's this right here. You know, I'm not sure if this was a kid, a victim, but they blurred out, redacted her face for a reason. But this is the concerning picture that my man Sid was talking about, and rightfully so, because yeah. And like I said, my man Bannon also has footage of Jeffrey Epstein, of him like interviewing this man. So where is that?
A partner's discussion. And I want to say up front, if I hurt some feelings here, you can come and talk to me afterwards. This whole thing that's gone on the last couple of days, some of the comments tonight, this is not about this specific incident. It's not about freedom of speech or platforming or deplatforming. They're all talking about that, and that's, people are saying hurtful things to each other. Tucker said the quiet part out loud. This is a proxy on 28. Now, I think it's way too early to be thinking about 28. But he's right about one thing. This is a proxy on an issue that's not freedom of speech. And not, are you going to get platformed or deplatformed? This is about a situation that Charlie Kirk was probably one of the most, if not the most important person in doing and accomplishing.
Oh, no, I seen your message, Tove. No, I'm going to try. I'm going to see if I can go ahead and get that merch started. I got to think about, designs and all that good stuff. Look for manufacturers, all that. Which I'm gonna get started on.
And that is this concept of what I would call Greater Israel and Israel first. You can't.
And if you don't know what Greater Israel is, it's an expansionist project to expand into. It's crazy when I say this, but they want to expand their borders into Lebanon, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. And this is how they would create Greater Israel. Now I wonder if I can find a map on it, because trust me, they've said this out loud in our face. Actually, Bibi Netanyahu held up a map of what he wants Greater Israel to look like.
A better defender of Israel than Charlie Kirk. You can't get a better defender of Israel than Steve Bannon. At Breitbart, adamant, couldn't have a two-state solution. In the White House, I'm the one that pushed initially hard to move the embassy to Jerusalem. At War Room.
All right, so this is the Greater Israel plan. This is going to kind of scare y'all a little bit, but yep. this is what they're trying to do. So, of course, there's Israel. They want to move into Egypt, take that. They want to move a little bit into Saudi Arabia, take a good amount of that. They want to take a good amount of Iraq. They want to take all of Jordan, a good amount of Syria, damn near all of Syria, to be quite honest with you. And this would be Greater Israel, this big old plot of land right here. And I mean, they say it across the board, guys. It's the same plan over and over again. See? Boom. And this is like their literal plan. And this is why they're doing all this bullshit, like attacking Lebanon, attacking Syria, trying to get into it with Jordan. I mean, this is why they're doing it, because they want to create an excuse to expand into their territories, and we're trying to stop them. I mean, not the Zionists. The Zionists love these guys. I mean, here's Bibi. Here's Bibi, just straight up admitting it. Just straight the F up admitting it. The new Middle East, which they want to control all of Saudi Arabia, all of UAE, all of Sudan. And I mean, damn, he's more ambitious than the original plan. Huh. Oh, damn. But yeah, that's the Greater Israel plan, which we all want to avoid, because that would require extensive amount of resources being pushed into the Middle East. And I mean, military resources.
Ask all the war room people that are here. Ask all the posse. We always talk about it, and we're one state, not a two-state. But that's about Israel. It's not about Greater Israel. And it's not about Israel first. Charlie Kirk had some foundational beliefs. Those foundational beliefs are, number one, he's a populist nationalist. America makes its own decisions for America. And as a populist, the American people are the people that make those decisions. Now, Benji Shapiro sat up here last night, and he was all, it's all about the truth. Ben, I've known you a long time, brother. You can't handle the truth. Let's face it, Ben Shapiro is the farthest thing from MAGA. Let's be blunt. He is a hardcore never Trumper. He's a hardcore never Trumper. In the spring of 16, he tried to upend Breitbart. He walked off the job, made a big deal about some incident in Mar-a-Lago with Corey Lewandowski. He tried to turn it to Ted Cruz from Donald Trump because he hated Donald Trump. In the general election, he barely supported Donald Trump. The first sign of when President Trump gets sent back to Mar-a-Lago, the very first individual that jumped on the Ron DeSantis train, the Israel First train, was Ben Shapiro. And those are the darkest days we had. In 21 and 22, you guys were there. He's consistently been against Trump. And now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself. It's about an expansionist Israel, an imperial Israel that Netanyahu and that crowd have thought up. And the Israel First crowd is Ben Shapiro, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, and many others that want to put that.
Oh, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, because that boy Mark Levin is a radical when it comes to Israel and anybody that's against Israel, and of course Islam.
Ahead of America's interests.
Which, do anybody find this new hatred for Islam kind of weird? Like, I don't know. Is this kind of funny? Like, because honestly, the people who's really against Islam, or the people who actually can see Islam as their enemy, is the Israelis. Why? Because, well, according to the Greater Israel plan, they want to take their land, and they're in the way of that. Therefore, Islam is the enemy of the Israeli people. Why are they trying to make it our enemy? Because let's be real. People want to say there is a Muslim takeover with what? 80,000 Somalians in Minnesota? Like, really? Are you sure? You sure you want to go with that? Because trust me, there is no Muslim takeover. But I'll tell you, there's a takeover of our government. But no, let's not get too far into that. It ain't about Muslims, I'll tell you that.
Charlie Kirk fought that. You know where Charlie Kirk fought it? In the White House. I know, because I was there. When I went back, Charlie Kirk was working with Sergio Gore, certain people around the vice president, to make sure that we didn't get sucked into a land war, a decapitation of the Iranian elites that would lead to a massive civil war that American troops would get sucked into, because that was Netanyahu's plan from the beginning.
Yep.
And we know that. The Times of Israel has published that there was no urgency to go after the nuclear weapons. We know the fact they couldn't finish what they started. We know for a fact that they needed American Aegis, THAAD missiles, Patriots to defend themselves on.
Yeah, well, yeah, our submarines were on the coast and we were shooting down those missiles that keep them from going into Israel. And if it wasn't for us, Israel would have got struck a lot worse. And trust me, they did not have the firepower to keep up with Iran. I mean, yes, they took out their air defense systems. Shout out to the Mossad, but that didn't stop Iran from shooting all the missiles in the world at them. And they got a advanced missile system. Actually, it's even more advanced now. Due to the fact that they advanced the missile system, Bibi is now trying to get us into war with them again. Over what? Their missile defense system. And he's saying that they're going to try to enrich uranium again, that they're still doing it. And I'm just like, yeah, you just want to get into war with them, because first it was about the enrichment of uranium. We take that out. Now you're moving the goalpost to, whoa, they got missiles, so now this is why we need to overthrow them. Bro, what? Who don't got missiles? As long as they don't got nukes, we're good.
Day 10 of the war, they were losing, and they didn't have the offensive capability. And I don't mean the B-2s coming in and taking out the caves. They relied upon our 1970s technology of cruise missiles fired from submarines in the North Arabian Sea to take out the above ground. We had to bring that war to conclusion, and President Trump in his brilliance said, we'll do that, and we'll call it the 12-day war, and it's over. Now, for the Israel First crowd, they are the ones that are destroying Israel. Today in Miami, who's negotiating with Witkoff? It's the Turks, it's Qatar, it's the Egyptians.
Yeah, I know. And it's kind of crazy how they try to villainize Qatar and they bomb Qatar and try to make it sound right when they're the ones holding peace negotiations. They're even the reason why we're able to talk to these guys. Well, they're the reason why we're really able to talk to a lot of adversarial countries or enemy nations. So to sit there and bomb Qatar for being a peace negotiator is unacceptable. To sit there and bomb Qatar for say, well, they funded Hamas. Well, if you actually look into that, it was the Israeli government that sent the money to Qatar to fund Hamas. They got Bibi's handwriting on it.
Because Qatar is going to underwrite Gaza, and 2 million Palestinians are going to stay there. And the Turks are providing on Egyptian soil called Gaza, or on Israel soil called Gaza, is going to provide the military control mechanism over UAE troops, Saudi troops, and Egyptian troops. That's a two-state solution that has been provided because of the efforts of the Israel First crowd. And Charlie Kirk had one simple thing that he thought about. Who controls America and who makes decisions for the United States of America? And Charlie Kirk worked overtime because behind the scenes, he was a player, not just helping Sergio get all types of great people in there and vet those people, but actually talking about policy. And part of that policy was no more foreign wars. Charlie absolutely believed what I believe. The Middle East is a sideshow and Israel's a sideshow to a sideshow.
Bruh.
Now, voices out there that support Israel, like Laura Loomer and Rabbi Walicki and
Laura Loomer is insane. I always do say, Laura Loomer, when it comes to her hatred of Muslims and Islam, it's like derangement. She has Islam derangement syndrome. She just thinks that every Islam wants to kill you. She thinks that Islam is here just to take over the entire world when there's really no proof of that. None. I mean, of course, you can point out a couple radicals, but it's not the main consensus of 1.9 billion Muslims. And if it was, I mean, bro, it might already been too late for us if that was the case. If 1.9 billion Muslims was dedicated to taking us over, we'd be in World War III by now.
Others are coming forward and say, look, maybe Bannon and these guys are right. We don't want to take any more American money. We don't have any more American control. We want to go out and do what we want to do when the Israelis feel they have to do it. I support that 100%. Israel needs its sovereignty. Israel needs to be independent.
And I mean, let's be real. How can the Muslims sit here and take over the world when they can't even agree on the whole Sunni and Shiite thing? I mean, they're divided. So where's this whole Muslim takeover of the world from a divided like religion? Just like Christianity. I mean, I doubt we'd be able to do that because we're divided on a lot of things. I mean, shoot, there's Christians that don't even think Catholics are Christians. To my surprise. Shout out to my man Gaming, though.
If Israel wants to take on Syria, go for it. If Israel wants to go into Lebanon, go for it. But not drag the United States of America into another endless war. Ask Megyn Kelly when she comes up here. Look, Breitbart, Shapiro called Breitbart Trump Pravda. When he left, he called it Trump Pravda. And he was kind of right. We had to be. There was no other news site that was supporting President Trump. When poor Megyn Kelly came out in that first debate and made what looks like now some innocuous questions, right, about Trump's Facebook page or his Twitter feed, about Rosie O'Donnell and others, have Jack Posobiec ask her how it turned out. We unleashed the dogs. We were maniacs. Why? President Trump had no backing at Fox, had no backing at the National Review, and at 16, that would have driven him out of the race. So we had to be there. But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer, and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart, and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Well, say it straight to this man's face, because remember, this man wasn't. They're at the same event, guys. At the same event. So, you got Ben Shapiro in the back there just going like, wait, what? Like, yeah, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. You've been acting kind of slimy. You've been acting like a snake since you entered the conservative movement. Since you entered.
Because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
And he hated it.
This is not about speech. It's not about deplatforming. This is about power politics. And what Charlie Kirk believed in to the core of his being, that America makes decisions for America and Americans make decisions for America. That was Charlie Kirk. That's why the hell do you think they assassinated him? Why they put the poison all over this place? Why they mock and ridicule? James Carville said yesterday that Rob Reiner's done 100 times more than Charlie Kirk. They hate Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk brought victories.
Considering that Rob Reiner was way older than Charlie Kirk, I would hope so.
And with victory after victory after victory, that's when we can re-Christianize this country. What was Charlie Kirk's lesson? That we were a Christian nation that got off the rails. We have to re-Christianize this country. You are in the shadow.
I just wonder, like, all right, re-Christianize the country. I'm all for Christian values, trust me. But lately, if re-Christianizing the country means demonizing everybody else, I'm not for it. And sadly, that just kind of seems where the conservative movement's going. And that's not what it was about. It was about upholding Christian values, which I agree with thoroughly. But if it means that we're using Christian values to demonize Muslims, to hate other groups of people and all that good stuff, to promote war in the Middle East, then I ain't for it. Y'all can keep it. Because I know that's not what Christianity stands for. Y'all bastardizing it. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Shadows of a giant, not just an American patriot and an American hero. Charlie Kirk is a Christian martyr, and Charlie Kirk is a Christian saint. That is your legacy that you take up. The day I went into prison, we passed the show to Charlie Kirk as we did oftentimes in the 3.5 years that Charlie Posobiec and I had that block at Real America's Voice. And what Charlie said, I said to Charlie, next man up. Charlie said, I got it. Next man up. Are you next man up? Are you going to fill the shoes of Charlie Kirk? Do you have the stones to do it? Do you have the guts to do it? Ask yourself that, because I tell you what, that's what's going. You in this room right here are going to decide whether we win in 26. And if we don't win in 26, they're going to bring holy hell down on us. We have to win. Charlie Kirk knew that, and you know that. Thank you very much. Next man up.
All righty, now that was my man Bannon. All right, now let's go ahead and get into Tucker. Let's get to your guy Tucker, because you know Tucker, man. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. the two most evil anti-Semitics in the conservative movement. You got to say it together, man. It's like a pimp named Slickback. You got to say them both together. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. All right, let's keep going.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Walking out is always such a trip at these things. I just got here and I feel like I missed the first part of the program. Hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did.
And he's pretty much talking about, because Ben Shapiro talked before Tucker. So trust me, Tucker heard everything my man had to say.
No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when like Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for like deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious. Yeah, this is hilarious. Actually, one of the clips I was listening to myself, thinking as I often do when I hear myself speak, which is never, because I never watch myself, but at these events, they always play like the role of you. And I'm like, that guy is pompous. Woo!
Hey, shout out to my man Irish Shane. I like that name. Shout out to Irish Shane. Sent 100 for 2 jewels. Shout out to the Irish.
Sorry about that. We don't see ourselves clearly. But the prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole like Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left, that we did everything we could to usher in a new time.
And here's the thing, you should want to let people hang themselves. It sounds like, look, like Nick Fuentes. I would not want Nick Fuentes deplatform. I want more people to listen to him so they can turn away from him when he starts talking about, his ideals on race. Now, that may not happen, but I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I want people to listen to him. I want people to look at Nick Fuentes for himself. They might come to the same conclusions as me. They might not. But I'm not going to sit here and say that you shouldn't listen to him. Why? Because that's only going to want to make you listen to the man more. That's only going to make you follow the man more. If I just say, yo, I listen to Nick Fuentes and I disagree, and I'm not being radical about like, oh, he's just anti-Semite, he's evil, you shouldn't even listen to a word he say, I'm only going to push you more in his direction. Like, to be quite honest, I mean, that's what the Dems did with Trump, and look how that worked out for Trump. I mean, look, God forbid y'all do the same thing with Islam. Then Lord knows, I mean, 5 years down the line, we got 5 times more Muslims because you guys want to demonize religion. And then when people go actually look at the people that you're demonizing or the group of people that you're demonizing, they found out that one, they're not so bad or they're not so bad, and they end up joining in on it. I mean, bro, look at the stories of Jesus. They did the same thing. Demonized the man, now a whole religion. Now the man got a whole religion because a group of people demonized him. What y'all think y'all gonna do?
Where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point. I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist. You shouldn't immediately go to motive. By the way, shut up racist is the #1 reason I voted for Donald Trump.
Yep.
And because they're just sick of it. I mean, first of all, if I was a racist, if I was a bigot, I would just say so. Okay?
I mean, no, literally though. I don't think a lot of people understand, like, if you know real racist people, They tell you that they're racist. Actually, they're proud of being racist. That's how I know, like, when you try to call people like me racist or any conservative, trust me, they'll proudly say it. A lot of people wear that as a badge of honor. So if I'm not over here bragging about how I'm racist, trust me, I'm not racist. I don't hate no group of people. I hate no race. That's just how I am. Now, I can't say that about everybody, of course, but that's how personally I am.
It's America. You're allowed to be whatever kind of person you want. I'm not. I'm sincerely opposed, have always been, and will always be. But the style of debate where you prevent the other side from talking or being heard because you immediately go to motive. Well, I wonder why you're asking that question. I wonder why. Why are you asking that question? I detect in the question a certain evil in your soul. And everyone listening should know that listening to you implicates them. And that they someday may be asked to denounce you. And that friendship is not a reason to defend someone. Love is no defense. I kind of thought we'd reached the end of that. And as far as I'm concerned, we have. And I'm not going to play by those rules. I'm not going to engage in that.
To be quite honest with you, the way Ben Shapiro laid it out was like kind of childish. I'm like, hold on, bro. You're acting like, if this is my friend, Ben, you're telling me I should condemn my friend. I'm not going to do it in public. Like, what type of asshole would do that? If this is my friend, I'm going to do this behind closed doors. I'm going to hit him in the text, the DM. I don't even care if I got to pull up to the crib, to their crib and be like, bro, we got to talk about this. I need to see where you're getting this from. You need to lay it out before me in person. I don't care if I got to take it that far. I'm not going to make this a public spectacle to try to embarrass them. But that's what Ben Shapiro wants, though. I don't know. Maybe Ben Shapiro don't got no real friends. But, bro, you shouldn't even be asking friends to do that to each other. Let's be quite honest. If that's, I'll be low-key offended if somebody was telling my friend that, yeah, you should just publicly shame your homie, bro. Just talking to him, just publicly shame him and condemn him. And I'm just like, damn, that's what friends do? I'm sorry, but Ben Shapiro, maybe you don't got no friends, but that's not how friends do each other, especially when they got a problem.
If someone doesn't like what I think, fine with me, as long as I get to express it. That's my view. But since we're on the topic, I think I should take the opportunity to explain why Charlie was under all this pressure, and I think Erica, who I just saw backstage, and whom I love, and who I can tell you is totally committed to continuing the core principle of Charlie's public life, which is the right of every person to express what he believes. That is rooted in Christian faith. We believe people should be able to say what they think because they have souls. They're human beings created by God. They are not slaves. They are not animals. They are not objects. You cannot tell another human being to shut up, even shut up racist, because you don't own him. He is an independent, autonomous person created by God as an individual. Okay, so that's where that belief comes from. That's where free speech comes from. And there's no accident. This is the only country in the world that protects it because our founding documents were informed, as you just heard so nicely expressed by Michael Knowles, my friend, by people who self-consciously incorporated Christian precepts into their structure of government. So Charlie was committed to that, but the people around him were like, you can't, because it's not that Carlson's wrong. My only point was I don't want a land war with Iran. I got over my skis and said I didn't want another regime change war with Iran. Rather than explain why we should have a regime change war with Iran, which I'd be happy to listen.
You anti-Semite, you goddamn isolationist. I'm just like, wait, what? Because I don't want to put boots on the ground in Iran and have to face off against what, 90 million plus people on their land. I'm an isolationist. I'm a Hamas supporter, because I don't want my people, the servicemen that I respect and love, to go out there and risk their lives for Israel. Because like, bro, we do that to Iran. We're not benefiting us. We're benefiting them. Like, a regime change in Iran doesn't do anything to help us. Doesn't do anything to even secure us, because they don't even have trust me, Iran don't want it with us. They don't want to send no nukes at us. They don't want to send a missile with us, because they know what that's going to lead to. It's going to lead to their demise. It's only Israel that's going to sit out there and convince you that Iran's just this big bad wolf of the Middle East that just wants to attack you. And they don't, or they'd have been did it by now.
He's an anti-Semite. He's an anti-Semite. To which I said, well, obviously that's not true. And Charlie said, I know. And then it just didn't stop. So I continued to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. We don't care what you say. You're lying. You are. So let me just affirm one final time. not only am I not an anti-Semite, and would say so if I was, I'm not an anti-Semite for a very specific reason. Not because it's unpopular or my donors don't like it. I don't have any donors. I'm not an anti-Semite because anti-Semitism is immoral.
Yeah. Just like Islamophobia is immoral. Just like hating an entire group of people for just being that group is immoral. And it's funny how the Jews will sit there and be like, you're anti-Semitic for calling this out against Jewish people. But it's all okay to be Islamophobe, though. No, go as hard as you want on them. But God forbid you talk the same shit about the Jewish religion, that'd be your ass. You talk the same thing about Jewish influence, that'd be your ass. So I see a lot of people as cowards. Because I'll speak on both. I'll speak on, you know what? I don't like what the Muslims is doing in Dearborn or in Minneapolis. And I'll also speak about, I don't like how the Jewish lobby is taking over our Congress and Senate and how they're trying to push us into war with Middle Eastern countries. I can call out both sides. But a lot of y'all are too afraid to call out one side, and you'll just stick to calling out the Muslims. And be real with you, let me be real with you. The Israelis, the Jews, they got more power than the Muslims.
In my religion, it is immoral to hate people for how they were born. Period.
But some reason, some of my fellow Christian conservatives have forgot that teaching. And I really sometimes look at you guys like, all right, look, it'd be the guys who say, oh, I'm Christian, Christ is king, but out here speaking about group hate. Out here thinking, oh, I'm okay with being a Islamist, I'm okay with hating this group. Nick, brother, is that what Jesus taught you? Is that what the Bible's preached? No. So what the hell are you doing it for? I mean, bro, even I can sit here and say the reason I don't hate all Jews because that's not what my religion preaches. That's not what any religion preaches, is the complete hatred of one group. Islam don't preach it, neither does Christianity, so I don't even know why we practice it. It's just, I guess that's just human nature, the flaw of human. This is why we try to find God to bring ourselves closer to them, closer to him or the entity. Some of you guys are so far away from God while claiming Christian is crazy.
But that is not a limited principle.
Yes, there was a Jewish member. Bro, wow, you didn't know about that? So you don't know about the Jewish grooming gang and how this guy was literally out there getting kids, and we gave this guy a first class flight back to Tel Aviv. Yes. An Israeli was over here meeting up with little kids, got caught for it, and we send them back to Israel. We'd have did that for a Muslim? Of course not. We'd have locked that boy up in jail, and rightfully so. We put that man under the jail, and rightfully so, but we did not do the same thing to that Jewish man, did we?
It is a universal principle. It applies to every human being on planet Earth. You are prohibited by my religion, which is Christianity, from hating people for how they were born. Because God created them with his spark in his image. Because they have souls. You can disagree with them. You can hate their ideas. You may even find yourself, and I do, I'll confess it, hating them for a moment. But you can't hate everyone who's like them. You can't punish people for crimes they didn't commit. That's the basis of our justice system. That's the basis of Christian ethics. That's why we have what are called human rights.
Yeah, but we got a whole bunch of people on my side ready to demonize an entire group of people for something that they're not doing, and nor do they have the capability to do. But we're the sides of the Christians, though, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm holding my side accountable for this, because it's funny how we do speak on this, Christian theology, the Christian message, but are we practicing that inside the conservative movement? Because it don't look like it. I'll be quite honest with you.
They apply to every human, not just your group, not just my group, but every group, every human, because we don't consider people in terms of the groups to which they belong. We consider them as individuals the way that God created them. So anti-Semitism is not just naughty, it's immoral. And it is precisely as immoral as hating any other group. And that would include other groups in the United States that are hated and have been under attack for decades. And that would include white men. Who did nothing to become white men. They were born that way. And just because...
but because they're born white, they're supposed to accept the grievances or the punishment of slavery. They're supposed to accept the punishment of colonialism, even though they nor their great-grandfather had anything to do with it. It's pretty asinine. Like, it is wild how we try to put that guilt on white people, and it's not fair. It is absolutely not fair, considering that those black people were involved in slavery too. But we don't want to talk about that part. And I mean, let's be honest, those other countries out here trying to expand as well, but we want to frame as if the white man just this big bad wolf of the world, just the most evilest race in the world, and they're not. They're not.
Because you have a beef with a white man, let's just say Donald Trump, doesn't mean you get to punish all the rest of the white men in the country. And yet, our leaders, not just of our Congress, the executive branch under Biden, but of every major U.S. corporation, of every college in the country, probably except Hillsdale and 2 others, every single one for more than 10 years has engaged in a systematic effort to hurt white men because they are white men. That is racism that is precisely as bad as anti-Semitism, but it is much more widespread and has been so far much more damaging. And my point is, if you said nothing about that, or if you encouraged it by, say, cheering on BLM, which was an anti-white hate group, and said so, then you have no moral standing to lecture me about bias.
Which was absolutely insane. When I heard them say that, I was like, well, you're an anti-white group. Whoa. So if a bunch of white people came out and said they're an anti-black group, you guys would lose y'all shit. So I'm just being consistent here, because if I would lose my shit over a bunch of black people coming out saying, oh yeah, a bunch of white people coming out saying we're an anti-black group, and I'm just over here going like, what the fuck? Then I gotta have that same consistency for a group of black people coming out saying we're anti-white. It's like, wait, what? What do you mean you're anti-white, bro? You're in America. How do you do that? And I mean, like, bro, you don't got no white homies. You ain't got no white friends. You ain't grow up with no white old lady or something. Like, come on, bro. I don't know. Maybe you got to live like completely away from white people, not meet one in your life to hate them like this. Because I personally just can't. I don't even get where the hatred comes from. Maybe because I live in Columbus, Ohio or something, or I don't know. But I could never understand the outright hatred for white people. And to be honest, I grew up around uncles who literally called white people the devil and all that. And I didn't even understand it then. And these are guys I actually look up to.
Period. Because all bias is the same. You are not allowed to hate people based on their bloodline. We do not believe in blood guilt. We reject blood guilt. That's why our justice system is just. That's why our religion is just. Every person has the possibility of transformation. Paul is one.
Well, why do Muslims always start war, bro? I'm be real with you. If you actually looked at October 7th, yeah, October 7th wasn't unprovoked. So you can't really say that they started that war. I mean, Israel just broke a ceasefire, not with Gaza and Lebanon. So what do you mean? I mean, bro, we got Israel out here breaking ceasefires back and forth, and then you're wondering why the Middle East is looking at Israel with the side eye? Here's the problem. You guys don't even look at geopolitics. You don't even actually look at the history of what's been going on in that Middle East. Because if you did and you found out how Israel was actually created, you'd be disgusted.
Wandering around, Saul of Tarsus is wandering around murdering Christians.
Well, you should be. You should be disgusted at the fact that the mafia was out, the Jewish mafia is out here sending weapons to terrorists, to Jewish terrorist organizations to terrorize Palestinians off their land. You should be disgusted by that. But a lot of you are actually in jubilation and proud of it.
Then he decides, well, I'll walk to Syria, and he's met on the road by Jesus, who changes him, and in one day he becomes the most energetic church planter and apostle of Christianity. In one day. He went from enemy to leader in one day. And that possibility exists for every human being. That's what our Christian faith tells us. That's also what our eyes tell us. There are no permanent enemies.
Now, I'm not sure when and where I said I was a Christian. I mean, my bad. I'm not sure where and when I said I was a Muslim, but if you want me to defend Muhammad, I mean, bro, what do you want me to defend Muhammad on? Like, what? He was a good person? I wouldn't know. From what I read about him, it seems like he was a pretty righteous guy. Growing up in a time of war, he did some he did wartime things. That's pretty much all I got to say about him. But I mean, he's like, what you cry victim? Nobody's crying victim. We're just telling you the reality of what it is. And here's the problem. Because we tell you the reality of what Israel do, you guys think is crying victim, when no, we're just giving you a history lesson. And if that's crying victim to you, then I'm sorry, a history lesson is victimhood to you.
Enemies, there cannot be. And I would extend this to even people who attack me from this stage. If we agree on something, I'm happy to be friends with you. You may have been mean to me one day. Well, I was mean to you too. That's all right. There is always the possibility that we can recognize we have more in common than divides us and come back together. There are no permanent enemies. There is no such thing as blood guilt, and collective punishment in this country, in the Middle East, anywhere on the planet is totally immoral. And if you want to know what makes America exceptional, it's that idea. And it's our job to defend it.
Well, this Christmas, give the gift of sleep with 8 Sleep. Everybody needs it.
Has cheered on and particularly Tucker. So I guess I would just say to the many organizations now, and particularly this applies to the Anti-Defamation League, which has cheered on anti-white hatred for decades, has attacked anyone who said anything about it, which has been one of the most aggressive cheerleaders for hate against white men in the United States, now trying to lecture the rest of us about hate. I would say it's enough to point out the irony of that. Come to our side, which is the side of humanity, and oppose all hate against all people. Say out loud, hate against white.
Yeah, don't be like Mark Levin and Laura Loomer that thinks it's okay to hate. Well, let me be real with you. Or BLM that thinks it's okay to hate white people. Don't be like the radical conservatives on our side that think it's okay to hate an entire religion. It's like, it's not. It's not okay, and it's antithetical to Christian belief. Let's be honest. And if you don't want to admit that, then I mean, bro, just stop calling yourself a Christian then and stop hiding behind the cross and just show your bigotry to the world. I mean, a lot of y'all hide y'all bigotry behind the cross, and it's pathetic.
Is every bit as bad as hate against Jews. It's a universal principle, or it's not a principle. It's just a preference. If it's not a universal principle, it's not a principle. It's just a preference. It's just identity politics. And we've had enough of that. And that's the one thing that will destroy this country, certainly. The only thing that will save it is the understanding that principles upon which America was founded apply to every single human being always. So I just want to say that by way of saying that I'm not just situationally opposed to anti-Semitism, I'm actually opposed to anti-Semitism. And I hope that the ADL will join me. I'll send them money, by the way, if they come out against hate aimed at anyone and everyone. Hope they will. But let me just say something more broadly about where the conservative movement, whatever that is, the people who voted for Trump, the Trump coalition, and the supposed civil war going on within that group. I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. I think it's totally fake. I don't think, and I've had cause to think a lot about this because I've been unwittingly involved in the proxy war. There are two things going on here, and I'm not guessing. One is jockeying for position post-Trump. So Trump created this amazing coalition, bringing in people who had never voted Republican before, but were very enthusiastic about him. And that coalition took over the most powerful government in the history of the world. So there's a lot at stake here. And so the question becomes, who gets to run it after? Who gets the machinery when the president exits the scene? And there are a lot of people in Washington, maybe even in this room, who aren't quite sure what they want, but they know they don't want J.D. Vance. Okay? And so the attack, and you heard it from the stage tonight, there's someone here who's a very bad man, and he's friends with J.D. Vance. Could be me. I am sad about being used in a proxy war over politics in which I'm not involved in any level. I'm not an advisor to anybody. But I just think I should say that out loud, okay? There are people who are mad at J.D. Vance, and they're stirring up a lot of this in order to make sure he doesn't get the nomination. So this is true. So this raises the obvious question, which is, why are they mad at J.D. Vance? Such a nice guy, which he is. They're mad at J.D. Vance because he is the one person, and things could change, of course, but right now, who really kind of buys the core idea of the Trump coalition. Now, what is that idea? Ladies and gentlemen, anyone know? Anyone know? America first. It's America first. It's really simple. Which I notice.
And I'll give JD this, because like I said, I don't really trust JD too much because I haven't really seen him show any like real leadership. But he does show that he's not willing to just go along to get along. Like when it came down to the signal messaging and how he was showing that, yo, maybe we shouldn't bomb the Houthis. We've been saying that we don't want to get into a war with the Middle East, or we don't want to cause any more conflict. So maybe we should hold off on bombing them, even though he got overspoke and everybody was like, bro, F you and what you talking about. At least he stood up.
Some people are pretty anxious to retire that phrase. Remember when they told us? That's a bigoted phrase. Really? It is. And then they just decided to ignore it in favor of MAGA, Make America Great Again, which I'm obviously for. But how do you make America great again? By putting America first. Now, what does that mean? I'll be more precise. It's not a complicated concept. It's a really simple concept. The U.S. government, the largest organization in human history with the most well-funded military in history, ought to, in all the decisions it makes, put the interests of American citizens first. That's it. Oh, that's creepy. Sounds kind of fascist. You're going to invade Poland now? No, just the opposite. In fact, the original America Firsters were kind of against wars, and the current ones are too. Actually, it just means what it sounds like.
Actually, it's kind of funny though. All the the guys who've been with Trump, those are the guys who don't want war. The never Trumpers who turned into Trump supporters, those are the guys who want war, and it's kind of funny. And I always just say the reason why some of them were never Trumpers is because Trump was anti-war. They just didn't want to say it out loud. They knew they couldn't get the wars they wanted out of Trump, but Lord knows they could get it out of DeSantis and Ted Cruz. So this is one of the reasons I was happy that nobody else but Trump got nominated as the Republican candidate, because everybody else, they wanted war.
The government ought to.
I mean, bro, you see what Nikki Haley was saying? Remember what Nikki Haley was saying in the primary? Bro, if Nikki Haley was president or even vice president, bro, we'd be in war with Russia at this point.
Serve the people who pay for it, who elected them, in whose name the business of government is conducted. That's all it means. Now, there are two things to know about this idea. The first is almost everyone's for that. Like, what percentage, if you polled that idea in the supposedly fractious Trump coalition that's in the middle of a civil war, what percentage of people would disagree with that? Well, a few. You know, people whose names you know. Well, that sounds like America only. No, it's not. Just America first, simple. But like probably 95% of Trump voters would be for that. Mm-hmm. And I bet you like probably 70% of people who didn't vote for Trump would be for that. And if you calmed down and explained it to them, probably like 90%. Why? Because it's self-evident, like most true things. And moreover, and think this through for a second, there is no other legitimate rationale for running our government. We have self-government. This is a democratic republic. It exists for our benefit. The documents were written that way. The point of the American Revolution was to make that point. And so if you're not operating the federal government on behalf of U.S. citizens, you're illegitimate. You actually have no right to rule. Period. And if you disagree, tell me what the other legitimate justification is. Oh, because my friends or people I agree with or in my, interest group no. The government must, this is non-negotiable, operate on behalf of American citizens. So once you realize that that's the statement at the center of the debate, it all becomes pretty clear. Really clear, actually. It's not an ideological debate. There's nothing ideological about that. I've got all kinds of kooky ideological views. I love Knowles' list of all the views. I probably had most of them in my long and varied life. I have fewer now. I just kind of want to see a good faith effort to improve the country. That's it. And I'm ever aware that I'm not exactly sure the right way a lot of times. Are tariffs the best way to help the country? I don't know. I hope so. Not an expert. All I really care about is that the people in charge care, that they love the people they lead. That is the first and most important requirement of leadership. A father who loves his children may make mistakes, probably will, inevitably will. I did. But if he loves his kids, he'll do a pretty good job and they'll be fine. An officer who loves his men, you know, he can't control the battle, but they'll do better than the officer who doesn't. The president who truly loves his people will, over time, tend to make wiser decisions on their behalf. But the leaders who don't care at all, they'll destroy your country. And that is absolutely what we've had. That's, by the way, not noted as an effort to blackpill you or an effort to discourage you or convince you you have no agency or control. You have a lot of control. You just changed the government. Good. But if you want to know what the debate is going forward and what your job is going forward, it's holding your leaders to that very simple standard. Not on tariffs or any of these specific policy questions necessarily, but on their motive. Can you look me in the face and explain to me why the thing that you are doing, the money you're appropriating?
Honestly, that's actually a good thing to say, because that's one thing I have about my main criticism about the left is that, all right, well, you guys don't like tariffs. You try to say, oh, they're a tax on the people. Well, basically you're saying, oh, so what? Any tax that we put on the rich is going to get passed down. So what about a corporate tax? What about raising the income tax on the rich? That could all get passed down to us according to your logic. So by your logic alone, we just shouldn't even tax the rich because it could all get passed down to us. So, I mean, hey, if you want to just kill all taxes, I'm all for it, but I doubt that's where you're going with it. But due to the fact that you don't have a real argument on tariffs and you don't even know how they work because they don't just get passed straight down to the consumer, but due to the fact that that's your logic on it, then I mean, you would be against taxing the rich at all because all of it can get passed down to us. And here's the thing, they criticize tariffs, but if you ask them, well, how would you bring back jobs to America? How would you get the steel manufacturing to robust the steel manufacturing? How would you bring back pharmaceuticals? How would you increase car manufacturing? How would you do it? They don't have an answer for you because they believe in free trade. They believe in the status quo, and they think that was actually working out for us, even though it was gutting the middle class when it came to jobs. With the status quo was going to gut the middle class. They don't want to admit that. They just want to sit there and try to nitpick at Trump's policies, but don't have no better policies themselves. And every time I ask them, I always ask them this. All right, well, you disagree with Trump's tariffs. How are we supposed to do it? Tell me, how do we get this manufacturing done? How do we bring it back? And their main thing is, oh, we don't need to bring it back, which is completely ignorant of them to say. Or two, they'll just hit me with the, well, all I know is that Trump's tariffs isn't the best way to do it. All right, then you don't have a way. You have all the criticism in the world, but with no real solutions. Actually, I had one even say, well, first, you build the infrastructure with what? No promises to return? With no promises to actually use that facility. You're just going to build a whole bunch of empty factories? Well, we got to have the infrastructure first. Yeah, with no commitments. How dumb do you sound? So, yeah, before you criticize tariffs, can you at least come up with a better idea? Oh, of course you can.
Can you tell me why that helps our country and our people? Tell me how. And if you're doing the whole shut up racist thing, then I have a right to question your motives, actually. Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you answer that question? Why do you have to imply that some college kid is like some kind of Hitlerite or something because he's asking about an event? Like, what? By the way, it is okay to ask questions. And I thought that was like the whole reason we were against the left. They're not going to force you to get up there and make ritual denunciations because this isn't my religion, it's politics. By the way, your politics do not trump my love for other people.
Well, this country's 250th birthday is right around the corner, and our friends at Black Rifle Coffee are celebrating the right way.
That is true. I mean, look, my political views will never turn me into somebody who just hates a group. I'm not sure how it did it to you, but it cannot happen to me. Then again, like I said, I've never really been the type to hate anybody or a group of people. No, I can hate a person. I can hate an individual. But to hate that individual's entire group and to think that individual represents their entire group, that's asinine. You're not really being fair with your criticism or your judgment of a people.
Friend, and he once said something lunatic, as brothers do. And I remember all these reporters, one from the Washington Post, which used to be a newspaper in Washington, calling me and being like, will you denounce your brother? I said, son, if my brother went on a drug-related murder spree, I would not denounce him. What? Are you for drug-related murder sprees? No, I'm for my brother.
Yep. Yeah, good
and
point.
nothing will ever make me not for my brother. And I'd probably tell him no more drug-related murder sprees for you.
I mean, yeah, I would express my disappointment, like, bro, I'm disappointed in you, but I'm talking about if this is my brother. It's like, yeah, I'm your older brother. I'm always gonna be here for you since day one, my nigga. Like, I mean, yeah, you couldn't get me to denounce my brother, even if he did something heinous like that, just to abandon him and never talking to him. Can't imagine doing it. I can imagine being extremely disappointed and condemning him and being like, bro, you know, you got to go to jail for the rest of your life. But to sit there and denounce him, yeah, I couldn't do it. And if somebody was asking me to do it, I'd look them in their face and I'd be like, you're an idiot. And you must not have any real siblings. You must not have any real friends or any real siblings.
I'm not for that. I'm not for a lot of things, actually. But I will never, ever denounce people I love to satisfy the mob.
Facts.
Right?
Bro, it's like how people would try to ask, oh, well, are you going to denounce your uncles and sister racist against white people? No, I love those guys. I mean, I'd agree with their views on white people, but I love them to death. They taught me how to fight. They taught me the importance of exercising. They taught me the importance of clean eating. I mean, these guys eat nothing but berry milkshakes and they're vegans and all that good stuff, but they're very athletic. Like, you know, I can respect them outside of their views towards white people. And I love them to death. They're my uncles, regardless of the racism.
I mean, it's crazy. So as you think through, like, what should this movement be and what side should you take on the conservative civil war? You already know the answer. You're on the side of America first. And if they can't tell you why it's America first, you just won the argument because they don't have one. Shut up, Nazi is no different from shut up, racist. It's a little more annoying, actually. And I would just say this, too, because the passion is real, the anger is real. I feel it sometimes. I try not to get involved, but somehow I keep involving myself. And I try not to read the internet because I don't feel like it's good for my soul. But, you know, more addictive than cigarettes. I quit cigarettes, not Twitter. I think I'm going back to cigarettes and giving up Twitter. Whatever, I don't want to burden you. Not kidding, actually. But anyway, the point is, you need to remember, if you're a Christian, and I think there are a lot of them in this room, that Jesus makes demands on you and holds standards for you that are very different from those, as my friend, close friend, Russell Brand so beautifully explained, are very different from those of the world, which really is controlled by Satan. It's hard even to say that because it's so dark, but it's also so true. So don't be surprised. When Jesus sends out the disciples, one of my favorite passages in the whole New Testament, when Jesus in Matthew 10 sends the disciples out, he's just picked them like 10 minutes before. He's like, all right, I want you guys road trip, no money, no clothes, no staff. And by the way, you're going to get flogged. You're going to get beaten with whips and arrested. I'm sure they're all thinking like, what? I thought we were the winners here. And when that happens, like, don't worry about what you're going to say. The Holy Spirit will speak for you. And I'm like, I just can't get over the blasé way in which he just tells them the world is going to try and kill you, which, by the way, it did. I think all of them end up getting killed. And that's just the baseline. We're promised that. It's a fact. You get up and give a speech about Jesus. You talk about Jesus. You try to live out his commands. You're going to get attacked. Okay, we know that. Don't whine. Here's the pitfall. Here's the trap, is becoming hateful yourself.
That's true.
And I sincerely believe that this is a spiritual battle. And I'm not saying everyone who disagrees with me is on the side of evil. I don't think that. I think I'm often wrong. I know that.
Oh, no, Tim, trust me. We get that. Like, we're not saying that everybody who agrees with BLM, because everybody who agrees with Black Lives Matter, the Black Lives Matter, the statement, I'm sure that's what you get down with. Black Lives Matter, the organization, is, trust me, if I tell you about it, if you look into it, I'm sure me and you will both disagree on what the hell they're doing. But Black Lives Matter, the statement, we all agree with.
I am. But I do think that
it's like how we would agree with the statement of how white lives matter and how all lives matter, even though, you know, BLM was taking that as a protest against their protest, which I'm just like, you know, it's not really wrong to say all lives matter, and you guys getting mad about it is a bit weird.
Fundamentally, this is light versus darkness. I do. And darkness is characterized by rage and division and chaos and confusion. And light is God is characterized by the opposite of those things. And I've noticed this. There are attempts to make people hateful. One of the reasons people scream insults in your face is to provoke a reaction from you and make you hate them. They want you to hate them. They want you to be.
I mean, literally, there's people who literally try to promote hate. They want you to hate them. They want you to do something about it so they can try to paint you as this horrible person that they try to paint your entire group to be. I mean, I think one of the best examples of this, I wonder if I can find a video. Here it is. This is the best example of people who want to be hated, right? Because this guy right here is a piece of shit. And he's a bad representation of Christ. He's a bad representation of Christians. Actually, I don't even think this man is Christian. I actually think he's actually Jewish because there's a picture of him kissing the wall. But check this out.
I've been informed by my team that there are thousands of death threats coming from the Yemenis Houthi Muslim terrorist organization because I simply
which is true. The Yemen, the Houthis did release a propaganda film or a commercial about how this guy is out here burning Qurans, terrorizing Muslims with bacon, and then of course putting the Quran in a pig's head. Yeah, you heard me right. He put the Quran in a pig's head and then said, what y'all about to do about it? Like, bro, are you serious? Guys like this literally stoke hatred. He's literally trying to get the Muslim community to come after him. And then he's going to say, oh, look at these Muslims. They can't take freedom of speech and all this. No, they don't take disrespect, you fucking dumbass. And any of you guys think this is acceptable? I mean, it's not. You can disagree with Muslims all day. Like people who think, oh, you can't criticize the prophet. You can actually can. You can't disrespect the prophet, but you can criticize the prophet. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about Islam. And when you sit there and you try to disrespect their entire religion by burning their Quran and cooking bacon with it, I mean, bro, what are you doing? Like, this is immature. This is what children do. Not serious people.
I've been informed by my team that there are thousands of death threats coming from the Yemenis Houthi Muslim terrorist organization because I simply exercise my First Amendment right to put a Quran inside a pig's head here in Plano, Texas. Well, America, the pig heads and the Qurans will continue. The burnings will continue until morale improves. I've got some beautiful, juicy, delicious bacon here and some pedophile prophet Muhammad Qurans. And today, we're going to cook our beautiful bacon. It's sizzling.
And if you think any part of this is, I'm be real with you, it is kind of, it's dark. It's effed up but funny. You got to remember, I am a fan of dark humor. But it's extremely disrespectful. And if a Muslim man was to walk up there and I ain't gonna lie, punch him in the face, I wouldn't be mad at that Muslim guy. I'd look at him and be like, what do you expect, bro? What did you expect? It's like, bro, you guys are acting like libs. Like, oh, I should be able to burn a Quran in their face and they can't do nothing about it. Freedom of speech. You're acting like libs. Only libs sit there and think that, oh, my freedom of speech means freedom of consequence. No, they can still whoop your ass. And I would support them whooping your ass, to be quite honest with you. Just like I would support a whole bunch of Christians whooping somebody's ass who's burning the Bible, talking crazy about Jesus. I wouldn't even be mad about that. So, and if y'all wouldn't be mad at that, y'all shouldn't be mad at guys wanting to come at him because this is unnecessary. Why are you burning the Quran? Why are you putting it in the pig's head? Because you're not doing this. You're doing this to be disrespectful. You're doing this to antagonize a group of people to get them to come after you so you can vilify them. And it's pretty easy to see what you're doing.
On the Qurans here, Jesus is King of America. We will never become an Islamified, disgusting caliphate like we see in London, England. Our country is worth fighting for, America. So today, I want you to go out there and put these Quran.
America, do not do that. You can disagree with Islam all you want, but there's no need to disrespect the religion whatsoever. Like, to be quite honest with you, you can disagree with people, a group of people, but to disrespect their religion is like, bro, show some fucking class. Like, what is wrong with you?
To good use to fry some bacon. Jesus is King. We will never negotiate with terrorists. Our country is a Christian country. God bless America.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that we sit out there and we burn Qurans and try to antagonize other people. Like, I get that we're a Christian country, but remember, our forefathers also believed in the freedom of religion to the point where they even kept the Quran. You can look this up. Look up the forefathers who had a Quran. I believe it was John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. Yes, two founding fathers that held a Quran. And guess what? I think one of them even swore somebody in on a Quran. And they kept the Quran around just to prove that, yes, I stand with the freedom of religion. I believe that this should be a country where even the Muslims can come and live in freedom, be able to come and free and be able to come here in freedom and practice their religion freely. So, yeah, bro, you doing this is antithetical to everything that the founding fathers stood for.
Jesus is king. Oh, go listen.
Wow. Yeah. So, I mean, is that acceptable? Do you think that's a proper way to, I don't know, express your grievances with the Islam community? And then here's the thing, when they attack you, when they come at this guy, everybody's going to be trying to call them villains and, oh, that's why they don't accept free speech. I'm be like, bro, you wouldn't accept it either if he was out here pretty much cooking your religious text.
We're going to cook our beautiful.
And I don't know if this guy knows, but you know in the Bible, it tells us not to eat pork either. You know that, right, bro? It's important for me that you understand this, because for you to be making this joke, I mean, they said the same thing in the Bible. But all right, that's why I know. That's why he's been exposed to not be a real Christian, but just to stoke the flames of the divide between Christian and Muslims. And like I said, I think he's actually Jewish.
Become what they call you. Why? Because evil feeds on hate. That's why. So don't participate in that. And the way that I try to keep myself from becoming what they say I am is by remembering that I am, on the most basic level, no better than my persecutors.
John, as much as I agree with you, it's not. I'm gonna be real with you. You want to say it's villainy? What's villainy is sitting there burning religious texts on bacon and then putting a Quran in a pig head, and then you're pretty much acting like people aren't going to stand up on that. Like, that's what a villain would do. A hero is going to step up for their people and punch that guy in the face, to be quite honest with you, just like a Christian would do the same thing. It's like, I get what you're saying. They're like, the issue with the Christian perspective is the fight isn't a physical one. But, bro, if you're going to physically go out there and burn Qurans, physically go out there and disrespect it, I mean, what? It's okay for you guys to be physical, but as soon as the Muslims physical, what you guys are going to start crying about a Muslim takeover? About, they don't like freedom of speech? I mean, come on now.
Better than my persecutors.
It's like y'all setting this up to play victim.
And that's why I'm commanded to pray for them. Because we have all fallen short of Jesus, period. And I'm reminded of that every day in the structure of the Lord's Prayer, where we first are told by Jesus to ask for forgiveness for our sins before we start diagnosing the plank in our neighbors, or in the speck in our neighbor's eye. The whole thing begins with, I'm a pompous douchebag, I'll admit it. That's essential. It's essential. We are called to be righteous, but not self-righteous. And we're also called, and I have to say this before opening it up to your hostile questions, we should also be very on guard against people who try to leverage the word of God, the words of Jesus, for political ends. That is a dangerous thing to do. I don't want to do that. And I attempt every time. This is all sort of new to me. I'm so obviously not a great Christian that it's not like a lot of people are going to be like, oh, I want to be like him. But there are people, particularly Christian ministers, I have noticed, who are preaching a political message and pretending that it's the gospel. So let me just say, and I think my theology is right, I'm hardly a theologian, God is not on any country's side. Certain countries can decide to be on God's side, and that is true for people too. Okay? God doesn't have a partisan affiliation. He doesn't have a nationality. And if someone is telling you otherwise, that is just not true. It is not true. And I would also call your attention to the very obvious prohibitions in the New Testament against killing the innocent. We are not, as Christians, allowed to kill the innocent, period. We are not. And you see elaborate arguments on behalf of doing so.
I mean, you do see some elaborate arguments, like, oh, like when it comes to the Palestinians, oh, well, they all voted for Hamas, even though half of the Palestinian population is under 18, and Hamas was voted in 2006, 2007. So for most of the Palestinians to vote for Hamas is incorrect. Yeah, that's incorrect, especially when most of them are 18. About what, more than half of them are 18 and below. So yeah, when you guys sit there and you try to say, well, they all voted for Hamas, so you got to, you know, voting comes with consequences. Yeah, would you be using the same excuse if, you know, somebody was doing that to America? Of course not. So it's crazy how you use that excuse then. And then, of course, like, you know, the children that they're bombing most likely wasn't even born when Hamas got into power. Or a lot of these guys who are adults were probably kids when Hamas got into power, or maybe even teenagers. So to sit there and try to blame all of them for a vote that they didn't cast is insane.
Or ignoring it. Oh, that always happens in war. Well, you're right. One of the reasons I'm not that into wars. But when it does happen, unavoidably, we have to say that's wrong. We have to say that. We have to acknowledge that was wrong. And I'm sorry for the extent to which I participated in it. Forgive me. Because killing people who committed no crime is immoral. It will always be immoral. And people who do it will be punished for it. And nations that endorse it will be punished for it. That's a fact. And you are seeing now a very intense effort to convince you otherwise. Oh, it's fine. They deserved it. Really, did their children deserve it?
Well, you know, they all voted for Hamas, so yeah, their children deserved it. Or don't you know that they teach their kids to hate Jews without even really proving that? I mean, they try to frame the Palestinians as if they're the Afghans. I'm sorry, effed up on that. But they try to frame the Palestinians as if these guys are living in Afghanistan. No, they're not the Taliban where they're training their kids for war. They're not doing that. I'm sorry.
If a man commits a crime, do we kill his kids? I don't care if it's in Minneapolis or Gaza City. No, we don't.
I mean, shoot, that's how the Israelis is acting. Boy, they said, look, man, if that guy was Hamas, we killing his mom, his children, and y'all better not say a damn thing about it or you anti-Semitic. That's how they treating us.
And if we do accidentally, we say, I am so sorry that we murdered someone who did nothing wrong, because it is murder. And to see Christian pastors make excuses for that is one of the most, and that's not a partisan question. That is not a political question. That is the only question that matters. Do we have the right to murder people? And the resounding answer that Christianity provides us is no. I don't get into the whole debate, you know, I didn't even know the terms, dispensationalist, you know, or whatever, replacement. I'm an Episcopalian, okay? I don't enter these debates, or was. My theology is super simple. I like the Beatitudes. Read them yesterday. I actually think, was it Michael reading them, some of them here? I think any honest person would say it's the essence of the Christian faith. And killing tens of thousands of children and then making excuses for it on behalf of a foreign government is not in there. It's antithetical to that.
Yeah, God, tell me where.
Sorry. It doesn't make me a hater. It makes me the opponent of hate.
Yeah, I mean, bro, I can always get down with taking out terrorists. I can get down with, all right, go there and take out a mosque. But when they start indiscriminately bombing buildings and then telling us that Hamas is in there, Hamas is in this hospital, Hamas is in this school, Hamas is here, there, and there. Hamas was like 70% of Gaza pretty much, so they leveled it. I'm sorry, but you are losing a lot of people like that. And I mean, if you're a Christian, you should not be excusing that in any way, shape, or form. It should go against your religious teachings to sit there and take out innocent women and children. I'm surprised that this was surprising when it came to Christians. It surprised me how a lot of Christians didn't turn away from the pro-Israel movement when it started justifying the taking out of innocent women and children. As soon as that justification came out, I thought almost every Christian would be like, yeah, no, this ain't us. No, this ain't us. This may be what you guys want in Israel, but this ain't us.
Alienated most in the crowd with my staunch position against violence and power worship and money worship, which are also prohibited.
And here's the thing. A lot of people will come up with the excuse, well, like my man right here that says defense is not violence. Yeah, bombing defenseless, innocent women and children, defenseless women and children. Like, bro, going after a mosque, we're not going to call defending yourselves from a mosque. We're not calling violent. The reckless bombing of Gaza and you guys have killed. Well, Israel has killed more civilians than Gaza. I mean, more civilians than Hamas. So I'm sorry, but yeah, you're right. You're right. Defense is not murder, but killing the defenseless isn't justified.
And we should also keep that.
And let's be real. I mean, not to be a dick, but you know, the 1,500 that died on October 7th, 12 to 1,500, you know, a lot of those guys were soldiers, aka fair game. You guys are killing innocent civilians, aka not fair game.
That in mind, and in all of us is the desire to suck up to power and accumulate money we don't need. We're not allowed to. Sorry. Anyway, now that I made everyone mad, are there any questions that I can answer?
Go Tucker.
Yes. Shout it, baby. I'll hear it.
Okay.
We've got questions.
Well, hold on,
over here.
one sec. I just called this lady up front.
Can you not hear her?
So the question was, what do you do if you're a conservative Republican and I assume other Republicans don't want you because you're an avowed Christian? Well, first you sit back and you think, how rotten has this whole thing become? If you can't say,
I mean, yeah, bro, I've seen it happen. I've seen a lot of Christians come out against the conservative movement against Gaza and be like, yo, this is not Christianity. This is not what we're supposed to be supporting. I don't like seeing pictures of dead women and children on my timeline and knowing that my country's helping you guys do this. I don't like it, and it's unchristian, and they get bastard. I mean, they get, well, be real with you, they get condemned. I mean, they get reprimanded just for speaking out on their religious, honestly, on their religious beliefs, how you can't just murder a bunch of people for no reason. And yes, when it came to the women and children of Gaza, it was basically for no reason, because they didn't do anything. You can attack Hamas, you can attack all the Hamas military sites, just like you did with the Houthis, just like you did with Hezbollah. I mean, you was able to do a precision strike on them, but for some reason now you have this reckless bombing campaign on Gaza. Like, that don't make sense.
you're a Christian in a conservative group, if you can't say, I'm uncomfortable with dudes marrying each other, or whatever, abortion, or the things that are prohibited by our religion, if you can't say that in a conservative group, it's not a conservative group. It's something else.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a murder cult at a certain point. When you got to sit there and justify the killing of women and children, bro, at that point, you're in a cult. If you could sit, and that's what cults do. They'll sit there and justify the murder of people outside of their cult. That's literally what they do. So if you're going to sit there and justify the murder of women and children, I had one guy say, well, you know, this is the fault of their parents and all this. Bro, most of their parents aren't even in a mosque. You know that, right? You know, a mosque probably makes up less than 1% of the Palestinian people, like the actual combatants. Because according to them, out of 2.3 million people, what, 25 to 50,000 was a mosque? But sadly, when the numbers come out from Israeli sources, they've killed about 53,000 people as of May 2025, and only what, about 8 to 9,000 was a mosque. The rest were innocent civilians. Yeah, sorry, bro, but your argument is not a good one.
Hi. My name is Madison, and I'm 12 years old. When I'm older, I want to be a politician. I'm a Christian, and I was just wondering, what are the steps I should take to...
I'm so sorry. I can't hear a word you're saying. I hear two of you at least.
Okay. My name is Madison, and I'm 12 years old. I want to be a politician, and I was wondering, what are the steps I should take to pursue that career?
Thank you so much. I heard that you're 12 years old.
Shout out to my man Game, and he said, yo, when you shutting down, so I know in about 15 more minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, and then I'll be back later on.
And so shout
out to my man Gaming.
Thank you for asking that question. I think you said, I want to be a politician. What steps should I take?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, prayer would be the first one. Does God really want that for you? You seem so nice.
Shoot, don't be a Zionist. Sorry,
just kidding.
You'll work out. You'll do pretty well.
You know, I do think that we are entering into obviously a volatile period. Like there's a lot going on. I can't even keep track of it, and it's my job. But I also feel like people who are telling the truth or trying, you know, it's kind of the best you can do is try. I said something yesterday in public that was totally wrong, completely wrong. And I hate doing that, but it was sincere. I thought it was right. I said, you know, whatever, I'm sorry. I feel like people who try to tell the truth are rewarded for it, because there have been too many lies. So my bottom line advice, I could give you other dumb advice, but my only real advice is just tell the truth always. And if you lose, that's okay.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Carlson. I am Bo. And my name is Annabelle. And we were wondering what you and your wife...
You were wondering what I do where?
What you and your wife do to strengthen your faith.
Oh, what I do to strengthen my faith? I'm always embarrassed to talk about my faith because it's so not impressive. But honestly, the main thing I do is I read the Bible every day, which I really enjoy. And I read a version of it called the NLT. And I'm not, you know, fluent in Aramaic or Greek or Hebrew, so I can't tell you that it's the best, but it has the clearest English. And as a writer and editor, I just love clear English, and I just think it's amazing. And it's just opened up all this stuff that I thought was opaque. And I wake up every morning really early, and I drink coffee with my dogs, and I read it by myself. And then my wife comes down, and we like talk about it. That's kind of it, but I love it. Yeah, and we do.
Yeah, I would say this. The impressive thing about the Bible is you can pull a lesson out of it every day. I mean, you can go to one random page in the Bible and you'll somehow pull out a lesson out of it.
Is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, commonly known as AIPAC, is them being in America and not registered with FARA like all other lobbying groups in America? Is that America first? Is it America first for senators, Congress, and even our president to take money from AIPAC?
Is it America first to take money from a foreign lobby so you'll send taxpayer dollars to that country? You know, even the question kind of answers itself. Obviously it isn't. And that's not an attack on Israel. It's certainly not anti-Semitism, despite the efforts of many to claim that it is. It's just an obvious statement. And the fact that...
Could be playing both sides.
The fact that people are attacked for asking the question, this is something that I talked to Charlie a lot about in his final months, because he was being attacked as an anti-Semite for asking that question. And we've memory hold that, but I was there, so I saw it. That's not the right way. Don't attack people's motives. And I have a lot to attack people's motives. I'm trying to remind myself, don't do that. Respond to what they're saying, right? And so, no, of course it's not. And it's totally fine to ask about why a foreign government tried to sink one of our ships in 1967. That doesn't make you an anti-Semite, sorry. Those are Americans who died. And by the way, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but the point is, no, of course not. And that's why they won't have the conversation. And my point is, you know, I'm 56. My kids are grown. I'm just not afraid of you at all. I don't hate you or anyone else. I love this country. I'm going to be here till I die. I have an absolute God-given right to ask these questions. And I'm going to keep doing that, period. And you can shoot me or put me in jail, but the questions won't go away.
Oh yeah, my bad, guys. I was muted for a little bit. I was saying something about Well, Ben Tucker, what were you talking about right before I made that comment?
Kids are grown. I'm just not afraid of you at all. I don't hate you or anyone else. I love this country. I'm going to be here till I die. I have an absolute God-given right to ask these questions. And I'm going to keep doing that, period. And you can shoot me or put me in jail, but the questions won't go away. So no, of course it's not. And that's why they respond with like rage and shame, because you caught them doing something they can't defend. Duh.
That's what I was talking about. Okay. Now, this is what I was talking about while I was muted. I was pretty much stating the fact that it was kind of crazy how Ben Shapiro downplayed the U.S. liberty because, well, this was something that was covered up. And our president at the time, Lyndon B. Johnson, helped cover it up. And even he knew that, yeah, well, if you cover this up, I mean, if you don't cover it up and we'd have found out about it like a week after it happened, the support of Israel would have plummeted. Actually, there'd have been some Americans calling to go to war with Israel if that would have actually came out. But nope, it was hidden. And then now they want to water it down as if it don't matter.
Hey, Tucker, how you doing? Thanks for taking questions. My name is Michael Lasher, and I've come here from Munich, Germany, to introduce you and others to my book, The Same Boat, A Guide to Heal the Divide. And it addresses the Cold Civil War that's got us so split, and the goal of it is actually to shift the symmetrical the symmetry of the bell curve distribution of the political spectrum from what we had at the end of the 2024 election, 52% Trump, 48% Kamala Harris, when everybody in this room thinks it should have been at least 75-25. So we have a cold civil war going on, and I want to ask you what you think we should be doing to try to solve it.
I'll tell you.
I created this communications tool to help bridge the divide, to argue our case for those with whom we can no longer have rational political discussion.
It's a variation of what I said before, but I couldn't mean it more fervently. Orient the Republican Party around the single most popular and true message ever articulated by an American politician, which is put your own country first. That's why Trump got elected in 2016. Is why he's president now.
Here's the problem. We got a bunch of politicians. I mean, we got politicians who are Israel first, Ukraine first. I mean, everything but America first. That is the sad reality. We got a lot of politicians that are pro-Israel and pro-Ukraine first instead of being America first. That is the problem that we're dealing with our politicians on both sides, okay? Not just on the Republican, but also on the Dems.
America first. And don't think of everything in narrow partisan terms. That's a trap. Most people agree with that. Most Americans have more in common with each other than they disagree on. And almost everybody agrees on that. And almost everybody is willing to tolerate a good faith argument about how to get there. Except a few. And they're the ones running around calling everyone an anti-Semite. But everyone else is like, yeah, of course, that should be the debate. And they'll vote for you. They want that because they know they haven't had that. That's the fact. And what you're watching now, attacking millions of Americans because they're Muslims?
Thank you. I mean, bro, thank you. Like, it is wild. Like, attacking millions of Americans because they Muslims or they're of foreign descent is like, come on now. That's un-American, it's un-Christian, and we shouldn't let Laura Loomer and Mark Levin pull us into that. We shouldn't even let Donald Trump pull us into that. That's why I sat there and I said, oh, I don't like what Trump said. As he tries to sit there and put all of the Somalians under a bus, try to sit there and call out the entire Somali community as if all of them was doing this fraud or if all of them are illegal immigrants, which they're not. Even when he revoked their TPS status, I was only going to get rid of about 700 of them. Out of what, the 80,000 that live there, you're not really doing too much. So yes, to demonize all Muslims, to demonize all Somalians is wrong.
It's disgusting.
But we could sit there and talk shit about those 78 Somalians that was involved in that fraud case. Yes, we could sit there and talk about them. But to demonize the entire community, man, we got to cut that.
And I'm a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I know there's a lot of effort to claim I'm a secret jihadi. I'm not. You should not attack people on those grounds. And you're seeing it from Republicans. What the hell are you doing? What you're doing is trying to divide the country. And I've lived through 50 years of this crap. All these fake race wars that they're always promoting. Oh, go hate each other while we loot the treasury. That's exactly what's going on. And most people are totally sick of that. So yes, there is a possibility for a huge coalition.
I mean, yeah, and if they can get you to hate Muslims, then they'll get you to want to go to war with almost every Muslim country there is. Because, well, you hate Muslims so much, so you're going to want to go to war with them. You don't care whose life you put in danger for it. And that's the problem. I mean, think about the people who hate Russia so much. People hate Russia so much to the point where they just want to keep giving money to Ukraine, even though Ukraine's losing a whole lot of lives. It's about to come out that these guys have lost around that, 1.3 million people. So what? You hate Muslims so much, just like these guys hate Russia so much, that you want to put servicemen out there to die? Sure, we'll win. We'll win. I'm not saying we're going to lose, but it's not like we're not going to lose some of our fellow servicemen, some of our family and friends. Let's not sit there and pretend like that's not a possibility.
Of decent people.
And the thing is, y'all preach this. Why? Because of a hatred for a group. And then, bro, y'all don't even have a good reason to hate these guys. Y'all sit there and take the Quran out of context. You'll sit there and you'll think you're quoting the Quran, but you're really quoting the Hadith. Y'all don't even have a good reason to hate Islam. Y'all going off of what y'all see on Twitter to hate an entire group of people, and it's sad.
Once they free their minds from the traps set for them by others and realize, wait a second, we all want to make this country better. And the 15% or 30% who don't, okay. You know, good luck in Maryland or wherever you wind up. But the rest of us would like to fix it.
Tucker.
Yeah.
My name's Harrison Tinsley. I'm a single dad.
I said it too. I remember I was ranting about this. I said, bro, we will lose midterms if we have a whole bunch of Muslim haters in here. Like, to be quite honest with you, like, where you think that voting block is going to go? And what about the guys who, I'll be real with you, nobody want to be around a bigot. Nobody wants to be around a hater. Nobody really want to be around a racist. So this bigoted racist language that's being preached out on the right, bro, we're going to lose the midterms because of that. We're going to lose the midterms if the Republicans don't focus on affordability and if they don't stop being so Israel first and promoting all of this racist and bigoted rhetoric. I mean, and why? Because they want to get us into war. And a lot of people don't see that.
In California,
and a lot of people are too chauvinistic about their religion to even understand it as well.
Get to meet him till he's 15 months old just because I'm conservative. 1/2 custody. His mom tried to trans him. Long story short, I have full custody now. And it's a dream.
Oh, shoot. My bad. I said I accidentally missed this. He said, has Tucker ever denounced Trump for saying we should go after the families of terrorists? No, I don't think he has. I do not think he has. We should go after the families of terrorists. Yeah, I don't think he said that, to be quite honest. I don't think he's denounced it. One, because he probably agrees with it when he says, because I think what Trump meant was not lock these guys up because of what one family member did, but to put them through another vetting process to make sure that they don't have the same links to their terrorist cousin or family member.
I'm true. Thank you. But it's a miracle, and praise God, because I know so many dads that all have zero custody because of this. So Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill, Protect Children Innocence Act, just passed the House. Can we pass it in the Senate and finally end this?
Yeah, there was. Now, it's not a lot, but it's I'm real. All these dudes happen once to get me pissed off. But literally, fathers losing their kids to mothers because they don't want to trans their kid. And do you know how heartbreaking that gotta be to a father to sit there and lose their kid because they don't want their kid to be mutilated, because they want to show their kid, like, look, it's just a phase. You'll get through it. You just got to live life as a man. It is what it is. You know how crushed a father got to be to not only have his family taken away, but have his kid taken away and mutilated because what? The mom believes in this transgender bullshit. And then guess what? 10 years, 20 years down the line, that same son that's now a mutilated woman, a mutilated man, is going to turn back to that and be like, you know what? You were right. And now I'm living a miserable life, and now I'm a slave to the pharmaceutical companies because I got to keep on taking these pills to maintain this atrocity of a body. This is what you're signing kids up for. I hope you know that. This is what you're signing parents up for. I hope you know that. And this hasn't happened a lot, but it's happened enough to where it's scary. Like, really all it needs to happen is once, and it should be condemned all the way through, and we should make sure it never happened again.
Gender insanity, mutilating, hurting kids. And will you
sorry, the
interview
last
me?
part, pull your face back for the microphone.
He's like, all right. So Sid said Trump was talking about targeting them military. Then okay, then that's wrong. Then that's wrong. If we're talking about vetting them, sure, but targeting them militarily, I mean, if they're in America, hell nah. But if they're in another country, I can see where they're going to justify that.
Phone, so I can hear you.
And will you interview me?
Am I going to interview detransitioned people? Is that the question?
No, me as a dad. And can we finally stop the mutilation of children with Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill?
Okay. I'm just going to say, when I was a child, we did a lot of bird hunting. And my father would always say, my brother and me, he'd say, Pop, everyone wears earplugs. And he would just say, pull the filter off your Marlboro and stick it in your opposite ear. And that's actually, at 56, made it really hard for me to hear microphone questions. So you asked, and I'll just answer this and stop. You asked about Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill to ban the mutilation of children, which for some reason seems to have a lot of trouble getting through the House of Representatives, which is controlled by Republicans. And if there's ever a clearer example.
I mean, yeah, let's be real. When she tried to push the H-1B visa, that was getting blocked by a lot of Republicans. And then they were the ones who was championing it as an argument. And you just kind of look at Republicans sideways like, hold on. You guys wrote on these same arguments. Now we got the bills to fix it. Y'all not taking action? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, if the Republicans lose the midterms, it's because of the inaction of a lot of conservatives, a lot of Republican politicians. It's not really anything that the Dems could do. It's the inaction of the Republican Party, and they need to be accountable for that.
Of whose side they're on. I can't think,
especially when it comes to the deep state arrests. I mean, trust me, a lot of people are pissed off about that. A lot of people are pissed off that the charges on Letitia James got dropped because Pam Bondi's effing up of the entire case. Like, people are getting sick. People are getting sick and tired of the buffoonery that, I'm gonna be real with you, Trump is somewhat allowing.
Think of it. Because at least on some of the foreign policy stuff, they can tell you, no, we have to be at war with Russia because Putin's bad. He's just bad. He's bad. Okay, got it.
Cool.
We have to kill all the kids in Gaza because otherwise the Gazans will come here and kill us. Okay.
Right.
What's the potential?
I mean, yeah, that is wild. They try to demonize Putin to a point where, oh, well, if we don't protect Ukraine, then Putin's just going to come for us. That's not true. That's just war. That's just war propaganda to get you to think it's okay to put boots on the ground against Russia. Like, that's really what it is. A lot of these things are to convince you into war. Like, a lot of it. Surprise, surprise. Because if you don't think that this whole, Russia's the big bad wolf and we need to make sure we stop him and hold him off. Yeah, that's to try to get us into war, not to defend Ukraine. Like, we all knew Ukraine was a lost cause, and your politicians weren't going to tell you that. They're to keep on lying to you so you can keep sending tax dollars over with no complaints. I mean, now once Donald Trump starts stepping in and we start seeing that how this war hasn't been so fruitful towards our tax dollars, now we're over here like, all right, maybe we need to draw back. We need to pull back a little bit since we're not really getting anything out of this. Like $300 billion in, and Russia has done nothing but gain land. Obviously, we're not either spending it in the right place or it was wrong to spend it in the first place.
Excuse for allowing the sexual mutilation of children. At that point, I'm like, I don't want to question people's motives.
And when it speaks to the whole Gaza thing, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, yeah, it really is indefensible. Like, I don't know how y'all do it, but the gymnastics you got to pull to make it okay to bomb innocent women and children is crazy. I mean, y'all try to say, oh, well, they're raised by Hamas when, let's be honest, most of the Palestinians aren't Hamas. Like, I'm not sure who taught you to believe that, but that is not true. And then once again, if you are a Christian, it should be against your belief to carry out this type of operation to recklessly bomb Gaza and recklessly kill women and children. I mean, it should be literally against your belief, like just period, point blank, no justification or anything.
But I'm starting to wonder. And I do think it just gets back to, you have to demand more from your members of Congress, from your leaders more broadly. You're not allowed to sell us out again, because if you keep doing that, people get radical and hateful. And then they get desperate because they realize their vote doesn't matter. And that's when things start to go sideways in a way that nobody wants. So yeah, if you can't even ban the castration of children, I hope there is a list, and I've been traveling today, but I hope on the internet there's a list of everyone who voted against that effort. And I hope that they are punished for it. I mean, they will be ultimately, but I hope they're punished in this life. Anyway, thank you very much.
To be honest with you, Tim, there's nothing we can do for Ukraine, bro. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. Ain't nothing. I mean, look, the problem is that we've been lied to for about 2 years straight that Ukraine had a chance of winning this war when Ukraine got to beg us for missiles just to fight on the even playing field with Russia. All they got is drones. And what does Russia have? They got drones and they got missiles. Ukraine, they just got drones. Okay, that's it. That's all, and that's all they're working with. And of course, they got the ground troops, and they're losing land every day. So I'm not sure where is this like delusion that, oh, Ukraine can beat Russia. Is like, trust me, no money we put into them was going to help them beat Russia. Sure, we help you get those tanks out the way. Great. But that was not going to beat Russia. Like, Russia has the ultimate power just to send missiles in whenever they want. They could send a fleet of drones in whenever they want. And Ukraine could only do that by little, so limited. Sure, they pulled off a good Trojan horse operation. Like, what was it? Maybe like 6 months back, they pulled off a good Trojan horse operation. That's cool. But that still has done nothing to stop Russia from taking more land. It still hasn't done nothing to Russia to keep their foot on the Ukrainian army's necks, because now it is coming out, and it will come out to you guys too. Actually, Ukraine is the one that's lost 1 million people, and Russia only lost about 600,000. And when that comes out, bro, oh my goodness, man, there's going to be people in denial, and there's going to be people going like, what the hell have you been telling us for 2 years straight?
Well,
all righty. And shout out to my man City. So I'm so tired of hearing all these speakers say we are a Christian nation, even though it is in the direct opposition of our founding documents and principles. Many speakers here want to change the structure of the structure of our country. And you know what? I'll give you that, Sid. I will. Because a lot of them forgot the freedom of religion part. A lot of them forget that our founding fathers actually had different religious texts, including the Quran, to substantiate their belief on, I want this to be a freedom of religion nation. Like, it don't matter if you're Christian, Muslim, Hindu. You can come here and you can practice your religion freely without persecution. That's what they thought. It wasn't about you being a Christian. It wasn't about different denominations of Christianity, how some people like to spin it. Because I've heard the BS argument of, they wasn't talking about other religions. They were talking about different denominations of Christianity. No, because if that was true, then these forefathers would have only been walking around with the Bible and not different religious texts. So please cut that bullshit. They always were talking about freedom of speech. And I'm not sure what's so wrong with the Christian community to the point where they just don't get that for some reason. They feel like, look, I get what they're saying. White nation, Christian country, but these Christian people believed in freedom of speech. And that was outside of the Christian belief. Because there's been Christian countries way before America that did not have that same freedom of speech belief. Let's not sit here and play stupid. So even when J.D. Vance said, it's a core Christian value of freedom of speech, no, it's not. That's just something the forefathers came up with because they see how things were ran where they came from. They ain't like it. And then they say, I don't like being forced to practice religion. Shoot, let me get my own spot to where we don't got to do that. It's kind of crazy how people got away from that. So I'll give you that one, Sid. Like, some of these, I would say conservative Christians, not all of them, but the conservative Christians are a bit out of pocket, especially when it comes to how the founding fathers wanted things. I will give you that one. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and head out on this one. I'll be back later on today because I definitely do owe y'all a show because my ass had to catch up on sleep. But all right, guys. You know what? Actually, before I head out, I do want to make sure I play a couple things. I did say I want to get to a couple clips before I head out. And first off, if you ain't see this, for my members, if you want me to, I can go ahead and play that new Dave Chappelle. Don't worry, I got that new Dave Chappelle special. I can go ahead and play it in Discord for the members if you guys want me to. But here's just a little bit what my man was saying.
The fear that I have for myself that I need you to protect me from is co-option. My voice has become more powerful than I intended it to be. And I cannot let these niggas do me like Charlie Kirk, or even worse than that. What if these niggas trip me up somehow, co-opt me, and then make me say the things that they want me to say? Well, we can't have that. So just in case, we need a code. It's got to be something that I can say so that if I say it, you know that these niggas got me. And don't listen to nothing that I say after I say those words. But don't tell anybody what it is, but it's got to be something that, you know what I mean, that I would never say. Oh, I know what the code is. The code word is, I stand with Israel. Thank you very much, and good night.
And that is how you end a show, baby. That is how you end a show. But all right. After this, we'll go ahead and close it out. Just having a little fun, guys.
Welcome back to Jake G TV. With the holidays underway, we want to make sure you celebrate Hanukkah.
Right, because this is a Jewish country, right, Trumpstein?
Together, let us honor the eternal flame and the faith that has always protected the Jewish people. You are protected. You are special, special people.
Thanks, Trumpstein. Good thing you're chosen. And behind me is the humping wall where Congress just can't get enough. Pretty freaky stuff. Back to you, John.
Thanks, Ching Chong. And speaking of Israel, what's going on with Erica Kirk?
Her and Candace were supposed to meet, but Erica wanted her privacy.
That's what we call fake and gay. The good thing she's like really godly and never dated before Charlie and stuff.
Right. Her roommate was the freak. Just ask Erica.
What I will say is when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another. Like personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than go, I don't drink. I find it unproductive, not because I'm holier than whatever. I just don't operate that way.
Did she just lie on national television?
Yeah, twice. Anyways, breaking news. Erica Kirkberg has allegedly been seen at Fort Huachuca the day before her husband died.
What the heck?
Oh, shoot. And shout out to my man, Drum King. I just seen it. Well, I know your name is Drum King, but they got you as Drum Bum. But shout out to my man, Drum King. He says, gotta go due to snow. Whew, man. He said, it's a little cold, so I'm moving slow. The snow piles are 10 feet tall. Merry Christmas and God bless y'all. And Jesus, bro, where are you at? Thanks, bro. What? Snow piles 10 feet tall. Jeez, what you get? Like 7 inches of snow and they just push it all to the side? I hate when they do that. Oh my God. Leave my whole car trapped.
Right? Check this out.
You know, some other pictures that came up with other people.
What other people? Other pictures?
This is Mitch. Homie's a
Nah, Mo Sid, this is why you need to watch it, bro. Because he actually commented on that and it was the funniest joke. He was like, RIP to that reporter that Saudi Arabia killed, but Israel didn't kill like over 200 journalists. I didn't know we were still keeping count. I was like, bro. Oh. I mean, he had a point. I mean, damn, I thought we stopped caring about killing journalists since Israel got away with 200. I think he's like 261 actually, but who's counting? Oh boy, but shout out my man Sid. He's like, we all know Dave Chappelle actually stands with Saudi Arabia, just different journalist killers. God damn it, Sid. I ain't gonna lie, that man goes straight for the juggler.
Legit veteran who uncovered the U.S. involvement in cartels and was silenced. He's the one who saw Erica.
There's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and from her past. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before, and she was with that man in the lobby, and that man, he was present at that meeting.
All right, so in plain English, that means that Erica's sketchy as f. Let's bring in Stu Peters to break it down for the normies.
He says that he's 99% sure that he saw Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca with the likes of Brian Harpole and Congressman Mark Amity and a bunch of military officers. And again, Mitch says that he's 99% certain that this is what he saw.
Shut it down, Stu. And Candace, remember what we told you in our private little meeting. Walk back your statements and simmer down, or you end up like Jackie.
Oh, shit.
8th. Maybe she was in the hotel, but maybe she was there for a different reason. Maybe she was there because she's always been open about the fact that her mother moved to Arizona because she got involved with the military. So that could be totally unrelated to the meeting that took place on the 9th.
Good girl. Just because Erica's parents have ties to Raytheon Israel and her mom moved to Arizona and they're seen at Huachuca 2 days prior to his shooting doesn't mean we did it. Right, Candace?
It almost seems like he's demanding that nobody inquire further about Erica Kirk. It's odd. because Ben had no allegiance to Charlie Kirk when he was alive. So what is it about Charlie's widow in particular that is inspiring his very public nervous breakdown? And every time he speaks, I grow more certain that Israel might be involved with 9/10.
Stupid little goyim. How dare you insult my chosenness? It's like you dark people like to just yap and yap. It's like Israel did this, Israel did that. Yeah, we get it. We do a lot of things. So stop.
Gosh, didn't they lead the slave trade too?
Yeah, literally. If the trading day landed on a Jewish holiday, there weren't enough buyers to justify keeping it open.
Nah, Candace did do that wild thing. Now, look, they ain't saying that Jews ran the slave trade, but they did own majority of the ships. Okay? Okay. We're not saying that Jews started slavery of the internet or the Atlantic slave trade. We're just saying that they owned the ships, which Candace released and said that, yeah, a lot of guys who owned those ships that were transporting slaves just happened to be Jewish. Not all of them, but a decent amount of them.
Muta, Candace, go Max.
Yeah. And truly, Ben Shapiro, f you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world.
Shut it the heck down! We chose a private meeting so you would stop asking questions. Now, back to the Jewish celebration. It's the holidays, for God's sake!
Good call, Producer Berg. And what better way to celebrate the holidays than ushering in the synagogue of Satan? This is what we all voted for, am I right?
Isn't that a good going? You just keep sending your little taxpayer money to our country, and we won't bring out the Samson option. Wow, can't wait to lose my First Amendment rights, all to fulfill the chosen people prophecy.
How do we battle anti-Semitism on the internet? How are we doing better on algorithms? What companies can we work with? We are going to have a whole division within the office of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, because that's what the secretary wants and that's what the president wants.
Yeah, because controlling the media will definitely shut down the stereotypes. Let's see how that goes over with the crowd.
If you will not stand with Israel and the Jews, no, then I will not stand with you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Well, that didn't go over well.
I stand with Tel Aviv, Ted, when I say you're going to support the chosen Caucasian people, whether you like it or not. Every technology you use will be used against you. Run the commercials.
Tel Aviv, Ted.
They say we did 9/11. They say we're liars. We're chosen, not you.
They want to kill all Jews. Hamas must go. Choose freedom, not terror. Brought to you by the dual citizens of Israel.
Gosh, you're such a bitch. It's like, we know you're not actual Semites, so how about you quit the act? Yeah. Jesus Christ is coming soon, and your time is short, Satan.
Thanks, Ching Chong. And this just in, a Muslim shooter out of Bondi Beach is apprehended by another Muslim. Could it be a false flag? Of course not. That would be crazy. Jessica, take it away.
Thanks, John. The shooting took place at a Hanukkah celebration on Sunday, leaving 15 people dead. However, there was one lucky chosen person who survived not only October 7, but also a bullet grazing his head.
I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last 13 years. We came here only 2 weeks ago to work with the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism, to fight this bloodthirsty, ravaging hatred.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here.
Wow, who bandages a wound without cleaning it?
Nobody, but it's better theatrics that way. After all, he is the chosen victim.
Thanks, guys. We're here inside the hospital where the chosen victim has just been brought in for treatment. A bullet to the head is serious and they must act fast. Let's go live to the doctor.
Yeah, so the chosen victim is fine. Turns out it's just stage blood, corn syrup. You guys actually fell for that? Ridiculous.
Oy vey, please don't air this.
Too late. We already saw the picture. This guy's the president of the Australian Jewish Council and moved there 2 weeks ago. Not buying it.
Thanks, Ching Chong. I'm pretty sure Satan told him this would happen.
Right. Perfect way to take their guns, too.
To be honest, I'm like 90% sure he was in the IDF.
Every single time.
Your call for a Palestinian state pours full fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew.
That, I ain't gonna lie, and this is real, actually. This is not AI. You can actually look this up and hear BB actually saying this bullshit. But yeah, he's pretty much saying, well, yeah, you're gonna get a terrorist attack if you recognize a Palestinian state. I mean, bro, that don't even make sense, dog. Think about how much sense that makes. He pretty much said that the reason why Australia got attacked is because they recognize Palestine as a state. Wouldn't that actually defer some attacks, if anything? And then he tried to say it's ISIS. And I'm just like, ISIS hates all, Muslims that don't practice their form of Islam. And, it don't make sense for them to actually I don't know, protect Hamas. Like, let's be quite honest with you, or to go doing things all for Hamas or the Palestinian state. But yeah, that's what he's pretty much trying to say. And it's a bit concerning because in a way he's almost saying like, well, you know, if you were out there trying to say that Palestine should be a state or recognizing them as a state, prepare for a false flag attack. I'm just saying, I don't know why he even came out here and put that out there, but that's kind of what I'm getting out of it.
Hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer.
That's right, Daddy. Noticing is antiseptic. Join my Only Freaks, by the way.
Whatever you say, Daisy. I don't care who owns the corn industry.
We got him right where we want him. Back to you, my master.
Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You let the disease spread, and the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today.
Now, bro, to be quite honest with you, I doubt that terrorist attack happened because, they recognize Palestine as a state. It most likely, I'm gonna be real with you, but it probably did happen due to the reckless bombing of innocent Palestinian women and children. I mean, that could be a reason. I mean, hey, that makes more sense than you saying it's about them recognizing the statehood of Palestine. It makes way more sense than that.
Thanks, Satan. Blame the sand people. Am I right?
Exactly. Let's all just forget about the fake weapons of mass destruction and genocide you committed.
What is this? Like try to kill us, like this, like terrorism, like try to kill Jews. Doesn't matter who you are, what you are. You kill a Jew, that's it.
This is the punishment that God gave us. Hey. We killed the Jews.
Hey, our favorite rabbi.
Jews. We got, instead of the Jews that were very good for us, we got these Muslim refugees from all over the world who destroying us, and the Christians cannot even celebrate Christmas now.
Holy victim.
I don't really trust people who only talk about what happened to them,
but never what they did to anyone else.
Right?
That's called accountability.
And somehow they're just incapable. Seriously, let's start with the 60 million Christians in Russia they slaughtered.
Don't get me started about the Rothschilds and 9/11.
Let's see what our investigation team thinks. Good point, guys. So official story says investigators found an ISIS flag in his car, which makes you think, why do they never attack Israel? Eric Warsaw, break it down for us.
Israel actually admitted to funding and giving small arms to ISIS-affiliated groups. And people still refuse to see his control of.
I mean, shoot, Israel's also admitted to giving money to Qatar to fund Hamas
position.
What do you think of what happened today?
Absolute tragedy, but I saw that the Naveed Akram was trending in Israel just days before, so.
Shut it down. Just because he was on Google Trends in Israel days prior doesn't mean we had anything to do with it. Stop asking questions or you'll end up on my nightstand like Jackie.
Gosh, somebody definitely skipped their foreskin salad today, right?
Ever since the ceasefire, they've just been itching to invade Iran. Yeah, how else are they going to fulfill their chosen prophecy?
Good point. I mean, yeah, you can actually look this up. Bibi is trying to get us to go attack Iran again because they have advanced their military weapon system, or my bad, missile weapon defense system. So their missile defense system has been upgraded, and now their missiles can fly longer and all that good stuff, go faster. And Israel is trying to use that as an excuse to bomb them again. And then, of course, he went ahead and threw in that caveat of, they're going to try to enrich uranium. We must stop them. Yeah, that's what Bibi's saying.
They hate the fact the hero was a sand person.
True. That's got to be devastating for their narrative.
Roll the clip.
Oh! Bro, here's the crazy thing. All the Zionists did not want to admit that this was a Muslim man or a man of Arabic descent. That actually helped, stop this guy. Everybody was trying to paint him as a Christian and all this crazy stuff. But and this is how I knew the propaganda was real. I'm like, look, the propaganda is real when the media wants to steer you away from a Muslim that's doing something good. You were being propagandized when they don't even want to admit when a Muslim is doing something good.
Thanks, guys. And this is the hero who risked everything, but the media refuses to talk about it. His name is Ahmed El Ahmed, which is obviously very sandy. So let's go ahead and change subjects.
Very sandy.
Maybe it's just the luck of the chosen people that their enemies are always attacking each other, and any political opponents get assassinated or die in helicopter crashes.
We may have propped up Al-Qaeda and funded ISIS, but noticing is antiseptic. Now, back to our sympathy card. Erica Kirkberg, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the heavyweight champion of the year, Erica Kirk, representing Christian values, godly morals. Don't question where her kids are at. She's never lied about anything in her life. The infamous TP USA widow.
Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine. And you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Well,
That wasn't weird at all.
It did drag on a bit, but wow, sparklers were a great way to commemorate Charlie.
Bro, where are her kids, right?
Dennis, take it away. That's absolutely based, Chloe. And if you still haven't followed Jake GTV yet, you're far from based. Most likely retarded.
And all right, shout out Jake GTV. It's always funny. Those guys are always hilarious. I mean, man. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end out on this clip. This is Set with Set Media. I'll catch you guys later. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace.